think I should be back. There. Okay. Looks like we are back. Oh my god. That power outage? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate actually. But anyway, I forgot to change the type. Wow. Wow, I forgot to change the title and everything. Oh my goodness. Restore this. And then start caption. The cowboy is callback. The cowboy is callback. Actually callback now. What happened just now? I thought I saw some sort of a human lower half body that's like doing something, playing clone hero or something. Gosh, what a fever dream. Me showing my lower not me, the human showing the lower half body. Wowee, wow. Wild stuff. I cannot believe it. Is it still you? Yep. Okay, good. I'm gonna change to Rift after Necrodancer. There we go. I wanna try something. Try away. This one works, right? Yeah, okay, so this one still works. The palms, the babbers, very important stuff. And where is it? I guess tomorrow we can play Ember Isle. I also want to show I also want to show my Tekken 8 Kobo skin though. I'll leave that to like someday else. There's like so many things I want to do. There's Ember Isle, there's Dark Wood, there's also Rainwood that I need to finish as well. Suddenly so many things. So because of this, next week I'll start streaming on Thursday once more. The Thursday stream will be back. I would say this on my Discord. So yeah. This is Rift Necrodancer. I forgot to become small. Done. I think I can play this with a keyboard, right? What? Oh my god, WoW is streaming? Oh my goodness. I didn't know WoW is streaming. Holy shit. Actually. And now that I know WoW is streaming, right? Follow. Very real raid. What were you playing? Oh my goodness, what were you playing? Actually, did you... Oh, they're playing... I love playing as well. Oh my goodness. That feels very fun. Although I never tried it before. Let's be crazy. I think I can play the keyboard. I also think that I might be able to play this for controller. Which one do I want to play? I don't know. Photosensitivity. Viewer discretion is advised. Press up to begin kind of blur. Okay. I'll do the kind of blur. Oh, that's a low latency. Sure. Visual calibration. Okay. One, two, three. That was kind of weird in your last announcement on Monday. Yeah, I mentioned. I totally did an oopsie on Monday, and that is totally my fault. I believe I said that I will stream art on Thursday, right? I feel like I was half drunk saying that. I'm so sorry. I don't even remember me saying that. But after reviewing the VOD, I totally did, and I'm so sorry. My utmost apologies. Oh, but that was very loud. Ow. That was very loud. Welcome to the Rift. I'm Coach Zed, and I'll be training you in the art of musical combat. Okay. I'm gonna do it manually. Give me a second. Oh, hell yeah. It's the tutorial music. Oh my goodness. Give me a second. I can mute, well, not mute, but 69. There, 69%. There we go. Shouldn't be too loud. Actually, I play at 50. No, 69. 60. 60. 60 sounds good. Yeah, 60 sounds good. Okay, that looks okay. Oh my god, I missed Crypt the Necrodancer! I should do an Aria run someday. Because it's tough as fuck and I don't think I can do it. First, let's test your latency value. The row with the 3 arrows is the action row. When the monster reaches the action row, press the corresponding button to hit it. Once I've collected enough data, I recommend some calibration tweaks and try out if you need them. This is where the stream is. Yeah, I don't know what happened just now, you know, with the showing up the lower half, showing all the Monster Hunter figurines. A human on my stream? Wow, cannot believe it. what a wild dream. Oh, it's up. Okay. Oh shit. You seem to be a little late on the beat. Want to adjust by 18 ms to test again? Adjust and retry? Sure. This is nice.
Awesome.
No, this is bad. After adjusting. Yeah. Try again. I love...
On a roll.
Oh my god, this is actually godlike. It's not like the last time I played Taiko no Tatsujin. Spent like 2 hours trying to calibrate things. Nah, we good. End test. Oh, the boot. Oh my god.
Necrodancer.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad I've been introduced to this game. I didn't even know this game exists. I truly didn't know. And now I'm glad I know. The little nudges and tests got it perfectly for me pretty quickly. Yeah. Thanks for playing our demo. We're still hard at work making this game awesome. So we'll be gathering data to evaluate your gameplay experience. By continuing, you agree to our privacy policy listed at braceyourselfgames.com/privacy-policy. Rift of the Necrodancer plays best on keyboard. You can press Ctrl B at any time to give feedback, report bugs, and we read everything that comes through. Appreciate it. Why don't slime look like twerking? I think that's only you, Roland. Oh man. Love the music. Love the music. Miss SFX? Nah. There's no 69. 70% is good enough.
On a roll. Come on, in this. Now we're talking.
Music is gonna be the loudest of them all. Video looks good. It's very not intensive. Guess I'm gonna make if you make it, I'm gonna make it into an emote. Like, for real, for real. No, wait, no, that's not a challenge. Easy? Is that impossible basic tutorial? Oh no, oh no. Well, I guess I should thank you in advance then. Intermediate tutorial. Advanced tutorial. Wow. No intensity. Okay, we're gonna go through the tutorial first. On all medium, I guess. Jade. Time to show you the ropes. My tutorial are an optional warm-up. If you want to dive in without my training, you can skip these. Oh, finally. Oh my god, it's Tekken. The number one rule, when the monster reaches the action row, press the corresponding button to hit it. That's all you really need to know to play rhythm riffs on your own. But stick around if you want more personal training from you. Sure. Slimes comes in different weight classes. They either take 1, 2, or 3 hits. Oh, okay. Green slime 1 hit, blue slime 2 hit, yellow slime take 3. Yep. So it's same kind of game. Hitting a blue slime is totally the same as hitting 2 green slimes. A yellow slime is the same as 3 green slimes. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Now we're talking.
Nice. Ooh. You reach at Friday or Saturday? I think Friday? Wait, when's December 6th? I don't remember. Kopo! Orf, I've been orfed. I don't know what orf is, but hey, I got orfed. Hi, who's Cobalt? Cobalt friend. Press down to hit L3 at once. You can also swap the down button with up button with the settings menu. Oh, okay.
In the zone.
Good hustle! You can also press all 3 buttons in the action row at the same time, so long as your input decides to support that. Oh yeah. White status are the same as green slimes. They are lightweights and can be defeated in 1 hit. Okay. Love the music, holy shit. Is it time to spread the word of Kobo? What word? Yellow skeletons are runners. After being hit, they lose their head and sprint away until they slam into another monster. Okay. So the same in the game. No, I'm sure, I just forgot. Black skeletons are heavyweights. They run like yellow skeletons, except they need to be hit 2 times before they lose their head. Okay.
I'm on fire.
Bats are a little tricky. They move in the direction they are facing when you hit them. Blue bats must be hit 2 times. It is similar to hitting 2 green slime that are offset. Okay. So they move to where they face, essentially. Ah, okay. Red and yellow bats are built different. They both take 3 hits but have different movement patterns. Back and forth. Straight line. Okay, straight line. Chat, consider becoming Kobold. Yeah, becoming Kobold or be a dragon so that I can simp. But being a dragon is so much fun. Yeah, Level gets it. Or dragon, that works too. I'll be very happy. Who's Kobold? No longer Kobold and being Kobold. Wait, that's not right. Hydroxix. Food items will help you to recover and get those gains. Apple takes 1 hit, cheese takes 2, drumsticks takes 3, ham takes 4. Oh, it's the same as the game. So clever. Next. Oh, I saw this long note and I immediately fall in love with this game. Worms are hold notes. Hit the head as it enters the action row and then hold the button down. Release when you press the tail, when you pass the tail, okay? I do love sipping dragons. I have a dedicated dragon sipping corner. Hello, very small kobold. Yeah. I don't think Droxus is a big dirt though. Look at that, it's so cute. Okay. That's it, good hustle. Let's take it off the grill because that was well done. Then get out there and practice your form. In our next session, we'll tackle some more intense sets. Alright, intermediate tutorial. Show me. Dragon sipping corner? Yeah. True. Ready to break a sweat and face some new monster? Let's go. Monster can warp from edge of the board to the other. Oh no. Oh, I see, okay. So bats are a menace then. Okay. Zombies don't skip leg day, they hop constantly from side to side. Track their moves and hit them when they enter the action row. Oh, this is, yeah, I saw this and it's so... It hurts my brain. Yeah, it kinda hurts my brain. Red zombies goes the extra mile, they wrap around the edge of the board instead of bouncing off. Okay. Oh. Let's talk shields. The shields add an extra double time hit to a skeleton. Think of it as dividing one into so semi-quiver. Okay. Yellow skeletons are black skeletons and hold shields too. What? Irregular? Oh, it became irregular because of semi-quiver, of course. Okay, okay. Skeletons holding 2 shields need to be hit 3 times and double time to knock off shield. Finish them up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 3 times. Ba, ba, ba.
Now we're talking.
Harpies are fast. They dash forward 2 rows at a time with a pause in between each rep. Oh. Blue harpies are stronger. They need to be hit 2 times. I don't think there's a blue harpy in Crypt of Necrodancer. Vibe Power briefly grants invisibility and doubles your score multiplier. Use it to survive when things get tough. Or also rank up points for a new personal best. Hit the amped up monster in the Vibe chain to gain Vibe Power. The Vibe meter is shown beneath your portrait. Once you have a charge, press space to activate it. I need 2 hands to play this game? God damn it.
In the zone.
Offbeat monsters have a different shaped shadow. Pay attention. Ooh. Most monsters are aligned with the beat, but some are offbeat instead. Offbeat monsters have a diamond-shaped shadow to make them easy to spot. Okay. Some monsters are not aligned with either the beat or offbeat. There's star-shaped shadow. Oh shit, okay.
I'm on fire.
Ooh, that's weird. That's a wrap. Whoa, you must be allergic to monsters because you're looking swole. Now go practice and stay hydrated. Yeah, I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate with coffee. Coffee good. Alright, advanced tutorial, show me. Is it gonna be a fight between you and me? Coach? It's time to check up the intensity and get ready for my advanced tutorial. The blade masters are lightning fast. 1 beat after they unsheath their sword, they will strike for any distance. Oh wow, okay. Anticipate their movement and hit them 1 beat after they unsheath their sword. This is reaction. One beat, okay. A basic shield, the skeleton divides 1 beat into 2 hits. Armadillos are similar, but they divide 1 beat into 3 hits. Huh? Oh, triplets! Oh, so it's a and now it's like triplet. Yeah, 3 times 1 beat, right? Triplet. Yeah, triplets, okay. Blue armadillos are like yellow armadillos, but you only hit them in the first 2 times. Okay. Red armadillos are tricky. They're similar to yellow armadillos, but the middle hit is missing. Right? Condescendingly judges on offbeat monsters. Gosh, I haven't even made it 1 whole minute of learning to Zanarkand, and my fingers and brains are fried. Yeah, piano is tough. I have a tough time learning it too. Traps can affect monsters by moving them, by hiding them, or by making them faster. Flying monsters are unaffected by traps. Okay. Oh, do what? They become triplets? Ooh, the traps are gonna be hard. Different color portal? Oh no. Your Rhythm Riff training is now complete. Thank you, coach. Ooh, what a workout. Call me a protein shake cause I'm way too impressed by your gains. Shut the fuck up, coach. I'm gonna just my brain here. Yeah, resting brain is very important. If you know, if you feel that your brain is like fried, forcing yourself to continue learning it would be a bad idea. I was there. No, get out there and get some reps in, champ. Make me proud. Thank you, coach. Let's do impossible. No. Let's go. Let's go. Let's rock. Let's rock.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
Hi, Sim.
All right. On a roll. Awesome. Right on.
I don't think this is a good idea. I'm gonna do it. Ooh.
Now we're talking.
Ooh. Oh, so good. The music. Oh my goodness. Got him.
Awesome.
Oh, awesome. They still have the diamond? Nice. I already wish this for them. Out of curiosity, your closed caption is from just obvious, yeah? No. My closed caption is a overlay extension from Google Chrome. So this is the stream closed captioner that I have. Wait, this one. So this one, and then I connect it to the Twitch that I have here. This is what I use. Yeah. And hi, Devin. Welcome. Supportive wiggles. And gosh, I love supportive wiggles. You think I should do hard or impossible? I mean, I don't want to do impossible. Let's try hard and see how bad it is. Let's rock. Con the fairy dragon. Oh my god! Hi, evening.
One, bring it on. I'm on fire.
What power!
In the zone.
So cool. Oops.
That's how it's done!
All right.
Good.
Now we're talking.
Got him. I was thinking of adding CCTV when I was streaming, so I wanted to make sure that people can get rid of it if they don't want it on their screen. I think it is possible for you guys to take it off stream. I think
And that's how it's done.
I got asked for that. Let's go. And first thing I get a McDonald's ad. Now I'm hungry. You're welcome. A McDonald's. It's too expensive here. Every time I want to get McDonald's, like nah. Too expensive. How about impossible? It kind of looks like I played this game before, but I swear I never played this before. Let's do it, impossible. Time to die. Time to die.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh shit.
What happened?
This is impossible. You know what? I'm not ready for this. Let's play the other songs. Impossible is hard? Yeah, very fucking hard. It looks like they really are going for the melody instead of just the beat, right? So yeah, a lot of them. Silly green dragons, I love them. Have a good luck, bro. I guess we can just go... wait, what? Oh. Oh, whoa. Oh. And then... Okay, so hard... At least hard, right? So they reward you with hard. It's a unlockable music. Good. Let's play this one. Intensity 12? Oh shit. Here, let's do it.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
You got this.
I cannot read this. My brain doesn't work like this.
I won't give up. I almost had it.
Yeah, you almost had it. My brain cannot handle moving stuff like that. Let's try again. I need to get used to this.
3, 2, 1, bring it on! Awesome!
Okay, looking at the third one seems to help.
Gotta focus.
Come on, get back in there.
This is tough. Reading green fuckers on the third beat. Yeah, reading the third one seems to help. Oh, they don't fuck around with the hard difficulty. I can practice this one.
3, 2, 1, go!
Inspirational. That's the stuff.
Right on!
Down.
Yeah, keep it going.
On a roll!
Oh my god.
I'm on fire!
Are you now?
Keep it together.
Can't be it.
You should watch some of the impossible ones with practice mode so you can simply watch how insane they are. I'm not gonna watch that. I played one impossible that is enough to... And that is enough for me to know how impossible they are. The Twitch app, I swear to God, every outtake gets naggier and naggier. Twitch is stupid with their app. I don't even understand how they even like manage to do that.
3, 2,
I'm not so elite that I'm gonna play on impossible. But I want to play hard. Hard seems like a good middle ground. I'll play on hard.
Now we're talking.
That's the stuff.
All right.
Ow.
Awesome.
Ooh, this one's hard.
Easy does it. It's not over. Is it?
Hi Swift. Bad golden. Revengeance, for example, is on fucking double time. Well, I'm here still, so I played this game for less than 30 minutes, so
1, let's go.
I think the way I'm playing right now is good enough, I think.
Inspirational.
Right on.
Yeah, keep it going.
On a roll.
Oh, this one hurts my brain.
Let's go. In the zone.
Oh boy. That's it.
I cannot do
Just
the
one more
zombie. The zombie's tough, man. The zombie's tough. God, I cannot wait to sink another 100 hours on this game. Fuck yeah.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
We gotta be here for a bit.
All right.
You got this.
Awesome.
Down.
You got this.
Down. Two.
Second wind.
There's no second win.
Let's try that again.
That red zombies motherfuckers, man. Alright, let's do it. Check this one out. I got this.
Go! Right on.
Oh, I can memorize the pattern on this one.
I'm on fire.
Inspirational.
Down.
Yeah, keep it going. You got this.
Now we're talking. Not good.
Okay. Dun 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 dun.
So close.
No, that's not close. Come on. Third beat. I'm trying to like read the third beat, but then once I look at the third beat, I was like, huh. My brain got twisted. It's like, oh shit, am I supposed to press that or am I supposed to press this? Zombies. I cannot believe it. Zombies gonna be the bane of my existence in this game. Whereas in Necrodancer, zombies are just like
One, let's rock.
nothing. They buff zombie like crazy. Oh my goodness. I'm actually just memorizing this pattern. I'm not even reading it.
Right.
This is my bad habit.
Inspirational. That's the stuff. You got this.
On a roll. Come on, Cadence. Okay, figure this out.
I love and hate the zombies, man. The zombies gonna, yeah, like I mentioned, it's gonna be the bane of my existence. What? Wait, that's so fast though, holy shit. Telegram? Telegram, oh my god. Wait, it's a GIF. I'm gonna take this 3 frames and I'm gonna make it into... Yeah, I'm gonna take this 3 frames and I'm gonna make it into... I'm gonna color it. And I'm gonna make it into... an emote. Here, as a thank you, I'll send you... here. So at least next time I can do that. It will be a secret for now, but once I'm done coloring it, it will be an emote. I don't know if I should say thank you or I don't know how I feel about that twerk. But thank you, Roland.
In the zone.
Inspirational.
Down.
Yeah, keep it going. Inspirational.
Right on.
I'm cheating. Not anymore.
You got this.
I'm on fire.
That's the stuff.
What?
I'm
Inspirational.
Right on.
oh. Oh my god. Please don't get, thank you. Yeah, I don't
Gotta
deserve an
keep
A for that. So I get a Kobo shaking her booty emote soon. Yeah. Yeah. Red zombies are just evil? I know! They're actually evil! That's fun as fuck though. Intensity 14? Wait, how much is this? 12? I've been playing 12? Wait, that's 12? Okay, 14... Well, 27. Oh, this is 28. Oh my goodness. Oh, holy fuck. Yeah, let's play this one hard.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh no.
On a roll. Crushing it.
Oops. No 1P?
In the zone. Not good.
Oh,
You can't give up now.
oh, 2 hits. This one is a lot easier than the zombie at least. I think I can get through this pretty quickly. Double beat is okay to me personally. I cannot handle the visual zombie. It hurts.
Yeah, yeah. Now we're talking. Awesome. Right on. Rock on. All right.
Oh, this is hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, double B is a lot easier for me to get. As proven here, you know. Hi, Toy Sauce.
Just warming up.
Just warming up. Second try, actually. I'm surprised. So, 4 musics here. This one is 17. Oh. 17? 17. I'm gonna die. Let's do it. I'm actually curious about impossible difficulty for tutorial. Is it gonna change anything?
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Oh, okay.
Get it together now. Ah,
Wait a minute. Ooh, this is difficult. It has to. It's the
3,
swing,
2,
right? It's a
1,
swing.
Let's rock.
Okay. Get swing in my brain, alright?
On a roll. Excellent. In the zone.
Not the zombies!
Right on.
Oh my god!
Keep it together.
No, 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 no. Oh my goodness, dude, that was tough. Combo Zeal jammies? Oh my god, that's so cute. Hi Zeal. Welcome. Yeah, swing is tough when everything is just like...
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
That's a really nice emote. I love that.
I'm on fire. Very good.
Call Gold 29 Call Gold Jammies.
You can still do this.
Combo Zeal jammies. I ain't gonna be here for a while. This one's
2,
tough.
1, go. Now we're talking. Yes.
Why?
I'll win next time.
Why the zombie? I cannot do the zombie. Zombie shut. Ember Isle is on Steam now. Yeah, I didn't buy the game. Whoa bought it for me, and I already installed it. I'm gonna play it tomorrow. If you're not in ad, that is. I almost got it. I almost got the rhythm down for this one. It's not that bad.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
It's not as bad as the zombie one. The zombie is evil.
I'm on fire! Yes! In the zone. All right. Very good. On a roll. I won't give up.
Oh, Honestly, can't wait to play Ember Isle tomorrow. I remember playing the demo for Ember Isle, and I was melting on the spot. Ember Isle was great. I can't wait to play it.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
I got this. This is easy.
Right on. Impressive.
God damn it, the zombies! It's always the zombies! I was so close! I was so close! It's the zombies, man! It's the zombies! Zombies are tough! They're difficult! But I almost got it, I almost got it. See, every time I lose, I learn something.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
What if I spam? Oh, okay.
Now we're talking. Good work. I'm on fire. Yes.
There we go.
Good work. Excellent.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage? What happened? Tough is hard. That part is tough.
On a roll. Very good. Awesome. All right.
Oh, that last part was evil. It's a JoJo reference.
Awesome.
The notes being purples. I got A for that? I don't deserve that. Uncle Morm, hi. Oh my god, thank you. 7 Steam Streak. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Also, welcome and hope you're doing it. Welcome. This game is great. Although there's only 4 music, I assume. Well, technically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Do I dare try impossible? Like, do I seriously dare try impossible? 18! I saw how hard it can be. I really did. Oh yeah, it's definitely possible. It just takes a lot of trial and error and practice. As with all rhythm games, honestly, it's like it's all try and error. The more you try, the much better you're gonna get. Just like how I played Clone Hero. You know, my left hand was broken, but now it's not anymore. I can play Clone Hero now, sort of.
3, 2,
Let's
1,
practice.
let's go.
Oh
How
my
about a
god.
do-over?
Yeah, do over.
3, 2, 1, go! On a roll. Time for a rematch. Three, two, one, let's rock!
I need days to practice.
Impressive.
Right on!
That's how it's done. Not like this.
I know I can do it!
This is gonna require a lot of practice for this one. Give revenge a shot. Do I really wanna? I haven't played this game for 2 hours and I gotta try revenge. I gotta try 27. Are you serious? Alright, let's do it. Fuck it.
Three,
Less than
2,
2 hour
1,
experience.
let's go! In the zone. No way.
What was that? So they decided to do a double time on this? Hell yeah.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! Awesome! Show up! Oh, come on!
There's no fucking way. Let's start slow, right? Let's start slow. Don't just go 27, alright? I need to get like slowly does it, right? Slowly does it.
Now we're talking.
Seriously?
Ooh, that part is tough. I see an S plus of it on YouTube. I'm not even surprised. It's a rhythm game. If there's like a hard as fuck music that someone has got like a perfect score, I'm not even remotely surprised. The amount of the amount of elite
I'm on fire!
in the rhythm game field, it's crazy.
What power?
On a roll!
Oh, so this one's like a doo-doo, doo-doo. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go! Awesome!
That's how it's done.
Oh.
Now we're talking.
Impressive.
The double tap.
In the zone. Not good.
Oh.
No way.
No way. Hey, almost halfway there.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
I should at least get this impossible to at least this stream.
Alright. Right on. How about a do-over?
Very difficult. I'm still trying to get used to the shadows and
3, 2,
stuff.
1, bring it on! On a roll!
What power.
I'm on fire!
This part is like very difficult.
Let's try that again.
It's like question mark? Maybe?
3, 2, 1, go! Awesome!
Good.
There we go.
What power. That's how it's done.
In the zone.
Not like that.
Oh, this
Time for
one's
a rematch.
tough. That one is tough, but at least I got the sort of the first part down. I think it's all about practice. The more I play, the more I understand. Essentially.
Now we're talking.
Seriously?
Just one more shot.
Mistakes were made.
3, 2, 1, go!
Impressive. What power!
Come on, Cadence.
What happened?
Back in the groove.
Good. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, that part is really hard. Then there's a practice mode for this, right? Let me try to go through it one time. Oh. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Just try one time.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! All right. I'm on fire! Right on! In the zone. Now we're talking.
Okay.
3,
The
2, 1, bring it on.
the last part was like the last part was not too difficult, I feel like. I at least I feel like it's not too hard. I think I can get through this if I really like try it a few more times. I feel like I can do it. I feel like it's possible. No,
3,
practice.
2, 1,
No,
go.
I don't want to practice anymore. Let me out of here. Let's pray for realsies, right? Today's goal is at least get past this one. At least get past this one, and I'll count it as a win.
3, 2, 1, let's go. On a roll. In the zone.
That's how it's done. Get a hold of yourself.
Right on. I'm on fire. Right on.
Okay. I told you I got it. Okay. Just gonna practice a lot more. Give me a C. C. Okay, C is good
Gotta
enough.
keep trying.
Yeah, C is good enough. C is good enough. We take C any day. My God, 28. Now we have to do this, right? I mean, people seem to love this one, and I love speed as well. I don't mind practicing this one. It might be a pain in the ass, but
3, 2, 1,
oh my
bring
God.
it on. Ah, I almost had it.
Oh my goodness, this is tough as fuck. Oh my god, hi Muffin. Hello, oh my god, ik trekken. Hi Merc, ik koppel. Hello, welcome. And Kirishmure. That's a new name. Hi Sola. Welcome. How goes? My hand hurts, but I love this game. I'm trying out the impossible difficulty. Fish with mermaid. Yep. How y'all doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. The power outage definitely didn't happen. Yeah, poor Bappers. It's okay. My Bappers is fine. Kind of. Grabs. Am I getting command grab? Command grab Tyra out of existence. Oh, you grab Piranha.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
This is Rift of the Necrodancer.
Now we're talking. Yeah. I won't give up. Rock on. All right. Keep it together. Phew. What are you doing? Are you serious?
I don't understand the because it's double time, right? It's double time. The sword unsheath is not. Is it still a beat or is it still half a beat now? I'm not too sure. But that was tough. Like teddy bear. Is Tyra a plushie now? I mean, being a plushie doesn't sound too bad. Fucking Merc grab the fish with Merc grab. Merc got a red-eye fish. Attaches. I've been attached to Merc. Merc attaches to me. Can I say something is a serious thing because I lost fun? Whoa. Yeah. I don't know if I can provide a good answer, but I'll try, yeah. Maybe not literally a plushie, but she's getting small and able to be snuggled in one. Snuggle combo, very important. don't know. Plushie bell. Okay, look, I have a plushie that's done by Perry, which is very nice. Still love this one, honestly. But yeah, you're gonna ask me that on Discord, right? Question mark? I'm gonna keep trying this in the meantime. Oh,
3, 2, 1, go! Crushing it!
Yeah, nice.
Gotta focus. Let your anger make you stronger.
I don't understand the sword unsheath, that one. Tasty Kobo? Nah. Nah.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! On a roll!
Oh my god, fuck off.
I'll
Too
win
tough.
next time.
This is tough. This is really tough. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I might not be able to do this. Was also a translation. I never had any problem with it. I just told them 314 at the time. Yeah, we take those. Just told them, well, it boils down to you can't change your DNA chromosomes, and over that 5 friend cancel their friendship with me. You know, I never tried to convince them otherwise or was any enemy to them or their community. If you want to identify as something and it makes you happy, go for it. But I just want to know what you think about it. Now I'm afraid I might lose you as a friend too. I might not be that. You can't change your DNA chromosomes. Actually, I don't know what chromosomes is, but I know for a fact that, yeah, I cannot change my DNA. Me being transgender, I identify as she, her, right? If I can go through HRT, that's good. But, you know, it also, I need to understand that currently where I'm living, if I can be a legitimate female, right, then good. But since I live here and I don't really have a safe place to go through HRT, so I'm not too sure about that for now. But I won't. I mean, I won't be. I won't just be like, oh no, you said I cannot change my DNA and chromosomes. Chromosomes are what your DNA get packaged into to help structure it. What your DNA gets packaged into to help structure it. I don't know. That would not make me feel like I would cancel you. At least to me personally, I don't think that's anything to. I mean, there's nothing transphobic about it. Not that I know of, anyway. I mean, even if you are not like trying to ally with transgender community, which I get, you know, it's a very I forgot, I don't know what the word is, but still, you know, just I don't think I would cancel just for saying that. In fact, I feel like I cannot change my DNA, and that's a fact, right? Like, I would change it if I want to. I want to, but I cannot. Or maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know. But that's how you feel, and I don't think it's cancelable. I mean, you're not even saying that. I mean, you're not blatantly being like, oh, you're a dude. And I get I sound like a dude, right? And I know that I'm biologically male. And in my Twitch space, I want to be as me as possible. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I won't. That won't make me. That won't make me feel like I want to tell Merp like, you know. At least it doesn't make me want to cut friendship with you. I think you're just being real, you know. at. Frick. It's a relief, you know. If I was transphobic, I would show up here. Probably. And then there's also clowns who want to show up because they're transphobic and thinking get a reaction out of me. But usually they just get banned. I think it's something that often gets said by transphobes. Maybe how your friends feel? Oh, maybe? I don't know actually. Since my presence of being transgender is only limited to me in my internet space, and only most apparent when I'm streaming, right? When I'm not streaming, my Discord, my Steam, my everything is very non-transgender like. To avoid, you know, real issues like being in a halal country. It's like, hey, itu bukan halal, kamu mau mati ya, saya bunuh kau. Something like that, you know. I don't want that. So, yeah, it's hard to say. Like, a lot of transphobic rhetoric focuses on biology over identity and ignores the complexity of real biology, for the record. I like you, Tiara, just the way you are, the one makes you happy. I'm not against it, I just think it more on the medical and sciencey side. And I get that too, yeah. At some point I told Tiara that, in my opinion, people who do HRT end up looking like failed science experiments in the long run, and I'm also still here too. She got thick scales, you should wait too much. I was actually upset. I was so upset too. But I get it. It's people are entitled to their opinions, you know. If that's how HRT make you feel, then I respect that, you know. But it also makes me feel like if I want to go through HRT, then I'll do it knowing the risk that I might become a failed science experiment, you know. I know in this real world it's not sunshine and rainbows. It's not. You know, anything I do regarding transgenderism and going through HRT, there is going to be risks, I'm pretty sure. And considering that my medical condition might even worsen, I don't know, right? I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know if diabetes is gonna affect the HRT spectrum or something like that. We never know, right? So, It really depends on how people can have opinions, right? Unless the opinion is like too harmful, then get banned, right? But like, opinions are opinions. That doesn't really dictate on what I feel and what I want to do. So, oh yeah, why would you say that, Char? My God. God damn it, I'll time you out for 30,000 seconds. I don't know how long that is. Some of the insanely hardest people I ever meet are apparently trans. Yeah, and the people doesn't know about it. I don't want to play Diablo 4 with Blizzard. When I say apparently, I mean that if they didn't tell people, there will be no sensible person to say they weren't identified gender. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the thing about transgender. When they fully go through HRT, and then their appearance looks like that, right? When HRT is like very successful, I feel like, which is like most of the cases. Bless. If people don't say that, hey, you know that I used to be male and I transgender, like I think most HRT, most people that goes through HRT will actually like yeah, if they don't tell people, they don't know. Yeah. Because that happened, and I wanted to reassure them that Tyra is in the emotional minefield. Hey, I'm an emotional minefield. Yeah. Fuck you. Nah, like in all seriousness, I know that people have different opinions on transgender stuff, on like bottom surgeries, on HRT procedures, taking an E, all those stuff. people are entitled to their opinions. Just, I might be upset when I hear that, but it doesn't make me feel like, sure, it hurts me, but it doesn't make me feel like you are trying to be, like, intentionally hurtful. You know how people are being intentionally hurtful by saying that, oh, he's just he biologically male. You trying to be transgender, you freak. Trying to G word a minor or something like that. Those kind of stuff. Well, banned immediately. Those are different kind of situations. People are hot, it turns out. I didn't want to stir a discussion about this or insult anyone. I understand. I just feel like if I interact with a lot of transgenders, they deserve to know my thoughts about it without me being against it. If it makes people happy, I'm all in for it. Yeah. Yeah. And I respect that too. Although, the starting a discussion, I just kind of curious about, like, I myself likes to talk about stuff like this as well. Even though I'm not really experienced with it. I have zero HRT experience. I only identify as she, her. I might be like the fake transgender, but I hope I'm not. Like, someday I would love to go through HRT, but because I'm in Malaysia, I don't know how. But one good news is someone that I know is going through HRT in Malaysia. So I might ask her for it, actually, So yeah, that's good to know. But it also feels a little bit scary to go through HRT as well. If my appearance were to change and everything about myself were to change, what if my identification, the government issue identification, is probably gonna be a lot of trouble going through them, especially these days when I have like little administration with my dad's property. So I don't know how that's gonna play out. Yeah. Regardless of birth versus current gender, my thought is that maybe they felt it wasn't relevant, so it felt like a deliberate attack. Oh, I missed the headpad. Thank you, Muffin. I even told them that I didn't care what they identify as, and that I just like them as they are. I think a lot of trans people are used to hearing that in the context of, well, you'll never be a real ex. I respect every person when they are nice to me, no matter the gender or whatever. Statistics and reality are only as relevant as context. Wait, so even though I don't care what they identify as, and that I just like them as they are. Maybe it's like, maybe they want to be cared what they identify as. Would be my guess, question mark? I'm not too sure, right? Oh, I guess me personally, me knowing that I'm biologically male and I identify as transgender on stream, and when people use the right pronouns on my stream, makes me feel pretty happy. So maybe, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I cannot say for sure, but it's just my own perspective on that, I think. Then you got a good poker face. I really thought that you were upset about it. Thank goodness for thank goodness for my VTuber avatar. Well, now that I'm feeling okay with that, you little shit. Like in most countries, ethnic minorities are overrepresented in prison population, but that's not because they are criminally oriented, it's because of marginalization. So people that want to be racist will often bring out real statistics to justify it, but out of context. And I think trans people often have biology weaponized against them similarly. By biology, I mean like early high school biology, because they are wrong about biology anyway. Hard to say, right? I think what I think about being attacked is, when I feel I'm attacked is when they're deliberately trying to use he him on me, and then after me reminding them, it's like, hey, maybe you know, I'm a trans. It'd be great if we can use she her on me, and then they'll be like, what? She hurt you. Now that to me is a intention, bad intention plus attack, and I don't want that. So that kind of behavior, I will cancel them and I will ban them from my brain. Boom. I have zero issue addressing people by their preferred pronouns, and I respect that. Thank you. I think what a lot of people I know in a similar situation to you, Tylra, call themselves non-passing transgender. I might be wrong on that, but basically they're still male, female, whatever, but they acknowledge that don't have the physical appearance they would most like. Yeah, that. Like, God, sometimes I look at the mirror and it's like, huh, I wish someday. Because it's sorry, not fake. I appreciate that, thank you. Hi, Nina. Being seen is always nice. True, being seen is always nice. It feels validating to be seen, so that's one thing. Also, I hope you think it. Best call my girlfriend. don't. I don't want to get numbed. Grabbing water, got a rat. High numbers. Good morale, the rat. No, I was gonna plead my horn. So they actually have to give anything away because I still have the rat. I love how you suddenly went to like the rat thing. Dragons are warm. Maybe. You're nice, you cool, says you. Hey, I'll take it, thank you. I give the rat a fun jungle gym. Cute. It can wriggle under my wing and be warm and cuddled. Complete with rat. Validation is important. That's why I always like when games and games and such add options for type A and B instead of male and female, or options for pronouns, etc. I remember there was such a huge scene when it comes to pronouns selection in both Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3. That was like, just a pronoun. Play the game. Play the goddamn game, you know? You got the slipper. So, I don't really get the outburst. See, to me personally, I don't know why people would get transphobic. Maybe they cannot accept that. Maybe they cannot accept this kind of voice cannot can be she her as well. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think I can understand what they're going through to dictate how people want to live. You know, that is number one red flag, honestly. If people want to dictate how other people should live, avoid at all costs. At least that's how I feel. So, yeah. The guy who went nuclear about pronouns in Starfield was just embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Usually I think it's angry dude whose masculinity feels threatened. So they lash out. Forgot to turn on the redeems. Oh, get that thigh? Wait, let me do this real quick. Thanks for the reminder. Oh yeah, this boot many, I forgot. There, I think that works. High numbers. Wait, did I say that? High numbers. I don't remember. Ah, yes, Baldur's Gate 3, where you can be a dragonborn or a tiefling, but the pronoun that doesn't match your cosmetic gender is too far. People mad about gender is weird. Let people be how they want to be, you know? Why dictate other people how they should live, you know? I just wish my friends I lost are as tolerant, as understanding, and nice as you are. I'm sorry about that, Merv. Well, I cannot really help with that situation, but at least I don't know if... I hope my answer to that at least made you feel a little bit better. Still, I'm sorry about that. Not that there's any situation that's too far. I saw you earlier, you cute little Kobo you. Wait, me? Are you in Malaysia? Or did I misunderstand that? But of all the games to try and find identifiers in, Baldur's Gate 3 was not it. Did you know Tyra is cute? Wait, Numbers is pretty cute too. Tyra is pretty cute. Tyra cute, confirmed? Wow, can't believe it. She is? I will cry. Tyra is great. I will cry. I'm gonna cry. It's simple as the golden rule: treat others as you wish to be treated. I always think that way, yeah. If people like treat me like a shithead, I'll don't treat them like a shithead. I'll just ban them. Easy. TT Bo, Ixon is cute dragon. All dragons are cute. Tyra makes feels good. I'm glad. Nope, not cute. By EP. With consent. Wait, which one? Wait. Oh, yeah. Just because you want to be choked by the... That's one way to put it. True. You know what? True. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, communication is key, okay? Communication, you're gonna ask, talk things out. I think that's like the most important thing to me personally. I'm not gonna expose myself too much. Wait, I'm gonna retry a few more times. Me. Yesterday when I was moving some stuff, I slipped on the stairs and banged on my hands and fell. Oh, not fell. Oh, I was like, no, that doesn't sound good. Banged out my hands and felt pretty good. No, feet, pretty good. Got a bruise developing now. Wasn't fun. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't feel... Stop. I'm okay. I promise I'm okay. Speedy recovery to you. Man, my brain is scary sometimes. Shit. How do I play this game again?
2, 1, bring it on! Rock on! Get up! I'm not done yet. All right. I'm on fire. Oh, come on.
I don't understand.
Can't give up.
I'm not giving up. I'm gonna go ahead and look for a bit now. NTA? Huh? Have a good luck. Have a good luck. Thank you, thank you. Game's tough. I don't understand that Unsheath is supposed to be one beat. Is it not half beat?
Let's go. Show off. On a roll.
Okay, so it's half beat.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my goodness, holy shit. Holy shit. That is tough. Tito tree. Then hey, look, that's a fucking improvement. What are you doing, dancing? Oh my god. It's so tough. Grab what?
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
I think I got this.
Crushing it. All right. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Now we're talking. Rock on. I won't give up. Okay, gotta figure this out.
Oh my god. This one is really hard. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. This is so tough. Holy shit. But yeah, slowly that's an improvement. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you, Muffin. Oh my god, look at all the whoop. Your face is all set. What happened? Did you get another piece of tongue? Or sandals?
3, 2, 1, go! Right on. All right.
Chicken nugget?
Show off. On a roll. Yeah, yeah. Come on, Cadence. That's more like it. In the zone.
Did you know what happened? I was just hitting down on every beat, and then I didn't die. You know, I was actually just cheating. I was going through that part with no combo. Fish with Solar's tail. You're into fish for me. My tail is made bait in the past my palms instead. Huge jump. I was cheating though.
Bummer.
You can keep the Nagi though. This is too tough for me. How is this harder? Like, how is this harder than this? I'm curious. I want to see how hard 28 is, because that song just now was 27.
3, 2, 1, bring it on. I know I can do it.
Triplets. Of course, I forgot about triplets. Triplets.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
Wait, what the fuck? Can I... Ooh, wait, I might be... What if I play with two hands? Oh, my hand tracking just dies so easily. God damn it. Give me a second. Don't fail me now. It's too high up. What is this? Okay, wait, let me settings, sleep motion setting, height. Did it just disconnect again? No, it didn't. What disconnected? That works. What? Oh my god, you suck! Why are you doing this, sleep motion? I think I might need to change the Type-C cable. Ah, you can play two hands. Okay, let me try. So WASD also works.
Come on, Cadence!
That doesn't work. Come on, Cadence. Why don't you try yourself, man? Huh? I might just play Clone Hero again. Fuck. It's it's 420. Happy 420. I don't do 420. Yeah. Alright, now how about this? Let me see how impossible this is. Apparently this is slightly easier than...
3, 2, 1,
Oh,
let's
no.
go! Now we're talking. Not good. No way.
Difficult. Very difficult. Holy shit. Nearly. Oh my goodness.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! Impressive. All right. Keep it together.
Jumbos, man, the jumbos. Difficult. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. So hard. Oh, you know what? How about I can play Tekken now? It is also something I want to showcase as well. And then we can play like the other games tomorrow. Yeah, why not, right? Oh god, I can just play Tekken now. Fish with egg. Yeah, let's play Tekken. Let's play Tekken for a little bit. I cannot wait for the full game to come out and actually like spend hours and hours to like hours and hours trying to perfect this game. Well, not perfect, but just go through all the impossible ones, right? That's fun as hell. This is good. I miss Crypt of the Necrodancer, I really do. Tekken. Did I just type Tejib? Tejib? Sorry, I got a new keyboard. I'm still not used to it still. Punch kick. Okay, so I need to close a lot of things because I'm playing Tekken. Shut up! Shut up! I didn't type that. It's fake. It's not real. I didn't do that. Me typing that? No. No. Who wants double bold? The double ball? The double ball. And then I need to close all of these because I don't want to destroy my PC. I'm gonna disable the redeems again. God damn it! I'm sorry. Here, watch me do it. Tijib egg. Chat, watch me play some Tijib egg. Oh my god. Tijib. No more milk. No more boob many. No more falling stuff. No more spin. Oh wait, I need to do one more get that thigh. I forgot. When she calls you over for take chip and cheese, I will cry. Right. I could play some music when I do some when I do one get that thigh real quick. You know what we're gonna listen to? More Pokemon. Double the Kobo, double the Owo. Oh, Owo? Owo? Is it this one? Yeah. This is the best turtle ever. Look at that. EP turtle. Alright, I'm gonna do some get that thigh real quick. Don't you mean watch out? Watch out? I kinda like that. Here, let me change it real quick. Watch out, right? WOJOUT. Watch out. Don't ask. Don't ask. It's all good. Don't ask. Okay, wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, am I gonna play? Still trying to catch my breath. No, my controller. I got my controller. You. Oh, I don't need leap motion anymore. Right, of course. I'm not even... Get out. Get out. Okay, controller, do you work? Uh-huh. And then... Oh, you were? Okay, okay. I need to open up the S4. This one. Heck yeah. Why am I so tired from just one set? This is crazy. Okay, with DS4. Close this one. Close this one. There's still a lot of things open. Oh. Okay. And then which one? Okay, I think the rest is fine. So did you know that Kobo joined the Iron Fist Tekken thing? Yeah, Kobo is in the game now. If you saw what I post about... Oh, if you saw what I post this Monday, then you will see that there's a certain kobold that is in Tekken 8. Oh my god, kobold real? Kobold power. Punch kick. Kick. I love to punch kick. I guess time to be a little bit sweaty? Question mark. Here, this is gonna be funny. Check this out. Is it gonna change? I hope it changes because I did change it. Yeah, they changed it. Check this out. What am I looking at? Oh my god. Look at that tail. I don't know why the tail is like this. But, oh, look at that Shinute. Menacing Shinute. Cowboy Tekken, best game ever. I don't know. Yeah, let me. The game is too loud. There, this is fine. Tylra leaving tail. Kobo looks so pissed. I know. They're about to get destroyed. Speaking of thanks again. Well, thanks again, Chashu. Kobo attempting to be intimidating. Kobo gets ready for the next battle, but so small and novel. I'm not small here. At least in this game, I'm not small. If I can reskin this to Heihachi, that would be great. But nah. It's so stupid. I love it so much. Oh my god. Look at that stance. Look at that absolute monster of a stance. Like, come on. You would get intimidated. I would get intimidated. The Mishima stance. Tylra Mishima. Tylra Mishima. Let's go. Curvy ball? Yeah. The model that I made for Tylra is actually quite curvy, yeah. I wanted to make the booba bigger, but I didn't. I heard Heihachi is a good guy now because he lost his memory or something. Sounds like BS to me. Oh, there's a story mode for this. I forgot. I actually don't know, to be honest. Oh god, my hand is so rusty. Oh, this is wild. Oh, my controller died. Hiya, why you like this one? Everything needs a new one now, sure. Okay, I get it, I get it. Are you gonna work now? Thank you. Do the cats move? Peppers! Peppers! Tiberu! Oh, right, of course. Hey yo, good tail view there. Which one? It is so stupid. I love it. Oh my god. Oh, wait, suicides, suicides. Ooh, that tail? The legs. The legs. Oh, that's unblockable? Don't you have like a weird stance? Is it down back? Wait, is it not? Oh shit, what's the input again? I want to do like a proper combo. Hip check by a combo. Wait, no. Why is my headphone dying? I guess everything is too old. I'm okay now. At least I'm not too old. Oh my god, I cannot do a basic Reina combo now. I'm actually bad. Oh. There we go, proper combo. Look at that legs though, my god. That was sweet. So yeah. Hit. What's the hip check move again? Do I even have a hip check? Oh wait. This one kind of looks like it. So yeah, that's the kobold. But I forgot there's the story mode. I guess we should look through the story mode together. This one. It's like a... It's so fun. Oh my god. The kobold actually looks really good. Look at that scales. Oh my god. This scale is no... Oh, did I not put the normal map on that? Oh wait, there is. It's just not that obvious. Rear view, I think that there's one. There. It's just... It's very far away. I don't know how you did this, but it's awesome. So, funny story, Chashu went and commissioned Kureshu, and Kureshu made this, and I was like, oh my god. So, thanks again, Chashu. It's still boopable even if I just saw her beat someone up. Super boopable. Yes, boop the kobold. In this mode, a great deal of information surrounding the Mishima bloodline and the devil gene will be revealed. As this mode contains many important secrets linked to the Dark Awakened story, it is strongly recommended that you complete the main story first. Yes, I already finished it. It's pretty okay. It's actually just pretty okay. Hard. How many chapter? How did I play? I mean, just 3 with Eddie, right? 99 gold for an uncommon. Wow. Alright, it's story time.
Mas eu ainda não paguei por todos os meus pecados.
Hansia is cool. Look at that CG, holy. Wake up, samurai. Oh, there is a samurai.
Eu tô bem.
How do you communicate with each other? This will always be interesting to me.
Army's flying boat is inbound.
They all have translators on board.
Sim, não posso decepcionar a Lídia. Devo a ela minha vida.
I just
Não importam
realized.
os desafios do caminho. As pessoas sempre se recuperam, né?
君たちの軍は心ある鉄拳衆を仲間に引き入れ G 社に対抗しようとしていると聞いた。
Stop G-Core?
Ouviu certo. Todos estão prontos para pagar pelos pecados que cometeram.
そうか。ならば共闘相手にふさわしいか。覚悟を示してもらおう。
Oh, you want me to tree you to death? I'm pressing one button. One button. Yeah, you won't be disappointed. No, I'm pressing 3. Let's go. Let's go 3. No. Armor? Yeah. I'm pressing 3. I'm pressing 3. Do you think I care? This is so stupid. Actually, it's working. Come on, man. No, I'm not blocking. I'm just pressing one button. Actually works. Easy. Yeah. Because my tree is so strong. Ooh, the hell should block? Oscar Bugasia. No, my he burst. heat burst. My heat burst. My heat burst going in. Tree. This is so stupid. I love Eddie.
Minha determinação já está mais que comprovada.
Man, Eddie is top tier. I was playing hard too.
交渉を終えてすぐに次のミッションに向かうとは忙しいな。
Ainda precisamos de mais aliados se quisermos vencer.
そうか。だがその前にぜひ会ってほしい人物がいる。オペレーションライトニングの鍵となる。
Operation Lightning. Jin.
風間陣だ。久しぶりだな、エディ。
Do you know each other?
Da última vez que conversamos, você me falou da morte do meu mestre.
Oh, they know each other.
鉄拳衆として汚れ仕事をさせたにもかかわらず、俺はお前の死守を救えなかった。きっとお前は俺のことを憎んでいるだろう。
Oh, Tekken 6 ending?
Prepare-se, Jin Kazama.
Jin Kazama. Yo, the music? Damn, the music is so good. It's a Tekken 6 music. Oh my god, Tekken 6 music. Chest too. Heat burst. Me abyss. I'm pressing 3. Let's go. I'm so good.
O que aconteceu foi resultado das minhas escolhas. Não foi culpa sua.
Oh, you don't hate Jin?
変わったな、エディ。
Eddie.
だがそれでも謝らせてくれ。すまなかった。
Não importam os desafios do caminho. As pessoas sempre se recuperam. Estas são as palavras da pessoa que mudou minha vida. Você pode mudar também, Jin.
Jin. Cool.
Vamos lutar pelo futuro, como amigos.
Okay. Okay.
Dobra robota, Eddie. Dostań się do bazy Mishima Zaibatsu w Ameryce Południowej celem negocjacji.
Oh, now we play Lydia?
Nenhum obrigado, Lydia. Você sabe mesmo como deixar seus homens de mão abanando.
Tak traktujesz kogoś, kto cię ocalił?
Ed desligando.
Nie, czekaj. Dostaliśmy sygnał ostrzegawczy. G-Corp atakuje bazę Mishima Zaibatsu w Ameryce Południowej.
O quê?
Okay.
Droga, eu vou pra lá agora mesmo.
Me uppies? No, you uppies. Give me the uppies. I want all the uppies. I want to be very, very high up. I want to touch that bright. I want to touch that bright circular thing. Very bright that it hurts to look at.
Remnant dogs of the Mishima Zaibatsu. Any last words?
Uppies for Kobo. Into more. No. Yo, let's go.
隊長、あなたは鉄拳士を抜けたはずでは。Isso é história pra outra hora. Saiam e deixem o resto comigo. Eu vou fazer a G-Corp se arrepender. Fight.
Oh my god, you have gun. Oh wait, this is This is Tekken 6 mode. Oh my god, they're playing Dark Souls. Wait, no, this is Tekken 7 Tekken 7 mode. They're playing Dark Souls. They're actually playing Dark Souls. They're so good at rolling. Yo, who taught you that? Damn, 4 is also pretty good. He's invincible? Never mind. Grab star wa'a. What? Jack 8? Yo, Jack 7, let's go! Three. 4. 3. 4. 3. Hey, 3. Heat burst. I'm so good. Dance on them. Dance on them, Eddie. Good music too. I got big fish. Very sophisticated. Hey yo, Nina William.
Going somewhere?
Oh, she set the line. She set the line.
Você está com a G-Corp? Os piores nunca cansam, não é?
You're giving me a run for my money. The playtime's over.
Can you handle my tree? Thought so. Why you keep charging? No. Yeah, I'm so good, I know. Ow. 1. Okay, you're not gonna do extension. No, I can sidestep. Ooh, Tekken 6 cutscene. Heat burst. My heat burst. My heat burst. My heat burst.
You're a different man from the one that followed orders against his will.
Isso, finalmente achei meu local de trabalho ideal.
Yeah. Whoa, down back 4 round start? Who are you, scrub? What? Do this. 3. 4. Yo, actual combo. Let's go. Wall combo. No, heat burst. I did that too. Not bad. Heat burst. Oh, I can heat burst again. Oh. Wait, can I recharge? Wait, I might be able to recharge. Why are you doing full throw strings? Wake up, recharge. Hey. I cannot recharge anymore. Uh-oh, I lost this game. Hey! Are you doing 1 break? Get out. You're doing 2 breaks.
Acabou, Nina. Achei que seu lema era fazer apenas o que te pagam pra fazer.
You know me so well.
Yeah, this is not enough paycheck.
I needed. No need to take this further. See you later.
Why is that so funny? What? she just steps the not even like cool. She just T-poses down.
Pessoal, atenção.
Okay, I'll
Os
shut up.
crimes que cometemos jamais vão desaparecer. Mas não importam os desafios do caminho. As pessoas sempre se recuperam. Espero que todos me acompanhem nessa jornada para ajudar aqueles que precisam.
What is Eddie speaking language?
Oh, Eddie. I forgot I had a special present for you.
Rocket launcher.
Like it?
O quê?
Okay. Yo, Jack 8.
Eles irão se autodestruir?
Oh wait, Jack 7s. I think it's from Brazil, yeah.
Comigo aqui não.
Dude, kick him! Damn, that's a nice drop kick. Whoa! Okay, that was sick. That was actually sick. That was actually sick.
Eu protegerei todos vocês.
I don't care how cliche that is. I don't care how doesn't make sense that is. That was cool. Okay? I don't care how corny that is. That was cool. I love that.
Consegui formar uma aliança com a Força Tekken da América do Sul. Mas uma coisa me chamou a atenção no banco de dados de lá.
He fights fire? Probably.
Você já sabe, Lydia, sobre os monges Tekken eliminando os restos da Mishima Zaibatsu.
Oh. A big explosion. Yeah, that was pretty cool, not gonna lie. That was actually pretty cool. Very corny. Very cool. For that, Eddie gets a pass, alright? That Eddie gets a pass for that one. You know, sometimes she's just gonna capoeira.
Nasz honor, nasza ojczyzna i nasz świat.
Oh, now we're playing
Niesprawiedliwa
Lydia.
władza miesza z błotem wszystko, co mi drogie.
Who was the first to call for sanctions on G-Corp, led UN forces into New York, and freed the city from chaos. Earning her the moniker, the Warrior Prime Minister, and gratitude from people worldwide. World leaders have praised her courage and ability, and stated that...
Cool. I actually love Lydia in this game.
Nie pozwól, by śmierć twojego ojca poszła na marne. Ból odczuwany w lewym oku to ból twojego narodu. Nie możesz paść na kolana przed niesprawiedliwą władzą.
So that's Polish, right? You know, Lydia is Polish Prime Minister.
Nie byliśmy w stanie powstrzymać szaleństwa Kazui Mishimy.
Mishima.
Lydia, naquele dia em que eu estava pronto para morrer, suas palavras me salvaram.
Yeah, how does Lydia...
Nieważne, jakie trudności stoją przed ludźmi, zawsze mogą wstać z kolan.
Isso também é por nossos camaradas da Força Tekken. É por isso que não podemos desistir.
Dziękuję, Eddie. Dziękuję wam wszystkim.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję is thank you,
Reaching
right?
the rendezvous point with the target.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję, chat. Asian B block preliminaries, 3 days. Lena! Where's my skin?
Tak. Dzięki twoim informacjom byliśmy w stanie
sorry.
uchronić Nowy Jork przed większą liczbą ofiar. Powiedz mi, kim jesteś i czego chcesz?
三島平八からの手紙読んだんですよね。 Skąd? Nikt inny nie powinien o tym wiedzieć.
Ooh. Ace Combat Protect? No, Protect Sidekick?
To musi oznaczać, że jesteś...
察しがついたようだ
No Kobo Skin cutscene.
な。やはり奴らも来ているな。ちょうどいい。
貴様の力ここで示してもらおう。はっ
外まず
Fight!
最後も締めばれた。
Lock Cobra! I'll do it again! No damage. Oh right, you can do that. Second hit.
理由はじきにわかる。
Hop kick.
これなら奴らも興味を示しそう。
What's your armor? Got him. I don't even know how to play Lydia actually. And I don't have the special style button like mapped.
そろそろ頃合いだな。
Ooh.
見事なり、イディア・ソビエスか。お主こそ、我ら鉄拳僧が求めていた闘志よ。
What?
その資質、試させてもらおう。
What? Sleep powder?
Co to za zapach?
Oh my god, she's doing drugs. Holy shit. Wait, oh my god, that's actually fucked up. Bro, they gave her drugs? There's no fucking way.
To są mnisi Tekkena? Zaczynajmy!
At least Lydia is cool as fuck.
Fight!
我らには優れた武道家が必要だ。
Bezpiecznie!
真の統一、見事なり。
Ooh, electric? Damn! Waifu? God damn!
良いぞ。 火の錬磨、見事なり。
Oh my god, the electric punish, god damn! What the fuck? They can do electric punish so consistently? What are you gonna do about that, huh? I'm plus one. Hiya. Graphic details disappear when cutscene ends. Yeah, because my graphic is set to the lowest possible. Yeah, the hair is super obvious. You see, in Tekken 7, I'm surprised that they managed to put Akuma into this main storyline.
奴ら鉄拳層は三島財閥の極秘データにすら存在しない謎の集団だ。
And now they can put a Polish prime minister into the story.
監視している。三島平八の捜索を幾度も妨害する面倒な奴ら。Ale mnich powiedział też, że poszukiwali znakomitego wojownika.
Are you gonna become a monk?
Czyli moje zadanie to skontaktować się z nimi i odkryć ich tożsamość. 適任だと思ったのでな。情報量としては妥当だろ。
期待してますよ。首相。
That's Gemini, right?
G 社軍の情報は引き続きお送りしますね。
Double personality? Is there a word for that? Is there like a scientific word for double personality? I know it's like Gemini, question mark. She doesn't seem that polished. She's not very shiny. The Tekken monks. Yeah, it's blur. Blur. Oh, mouse, come on.
覚悟は良いか。リテやソビエスか。
Dziadku, pokażę światu, jak używać siły w sprawiedliwy sposób.
Przyjmuję każde wyzwanie.
It's Polish Prime Minister. Hiryu.
汝の義と体を試すものである。
It's not actually Heihachi though. Damn. Oh, that's a cool ass mask. That's not Heihachi. I'm surprised. Demon upper. What the fuck? Down two. 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 Up cancel. Down two. Up cancel. Down two. I missed it.
Triumfuje nad siłą.
Oh my god, hunting hole. Down two. Oh, god break. Brother, that's cool as fuck. Holy shit. Head. I'm so good.
Zaszczytem było z tobą walczyć.
Yo, let's go. That's an outro. Wow, fun. At least they don't do as much damage. This is hard AI, by the way. Oh.
じゃが真の力はいかがなものか。この鉄拳僧上朱雀が試してしんぜよ。
So this Seiryu Suzaku and then what?
正しき力のあり方を求めているようじゃ。
Genbu? Oh my god, sticky drugs.
人が力に屈する者に
Yeah, what the hell is wrong with the monks? They keep getting drugs. Kazuya Mishima. Oh my god. Oh, moisturize? I gonna moisturize the coffee if you don't mind.
Imię mojego ojca, mojego kraju oraz mojego honoru przysięgam, że nie ustąpię niesprawiedliwości.
Okay, there we go. I'm not. Hey, man! Jesus.
Kazui Mishima. Były moje siły w dobrym celu.
Oh my god, I press a button, you press a button, brother. Come here, bitch. Oh! Oh! Come here. Oh! Ah! What the hell? Oh, cutscene.
Losy nowego świata są w twoich rękach.
Let's go, Lydia.
W tamtym dniu złożyłam dziadkowi obietnicę, że będę promieniem nadziei dla tych, którym jej brakuje.
God damn, let's go. You call me. Oh no, I was punching. Damn, they don't care about the schmicks. Can I do some mix of my own? Oh god. Cutscene, let's go. Hi, Tikaka. Damn, Lydia's cool. I actually like Lydia as the character.
見事であった。まさしく審議体の均衡をよく整え
Oh,
し、
friendship montage.
重要の鏡。
Oh, pero doing que Tikaka.
そなたならば資格は十分じゃ。こちらにおわすのがそなたに合わせたきお方である。
Hey, Chimishima. Genbu? Maybe a save. Does he actually look like that? President Lydia, your country needs you. We have important political matters to discuss. Shut up! I'm fighting weird drug monks and shadows right now. I'm busy.
Many centuries ago,
The Mishima style, a fighting style used to exterminate demons, was the source of conflict between two clans that were fighting each other to become the legitimate successor. After facing defeat, one clan devoted itself to the Buddhist teachings and withdrew from the world.
Cool.
That clan was known as the Tekken monks. As decades turned into centuries, they continued their pursuit of martial arts in seclusion.
No TG.
The Tekken monks have but one vow: to master the ultimate technique lost to time and restore the Mishima style to its former purity.
Ooh, that was cool. Actually cool as fuck. Like, I have to give credit where credit is due. The cutscenes, some of them is like cliche, but man, do they look good.
ここにおられましたか。探しましたぞ。
Yeah, hey Hachi, let's go. Hey Hachi dono.
あなた方に命を救われて、早半年が経ちました。
Oh, they saved Heihachi after the drop, right? Cool. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So Heihachi is just taunting Kazuya then.
しかし、星砕きの試練まで残り2日。もはや時間がありません。
Heihachi looks so pure, no?
私は三島流の最終奥義を体得するだけの器になっておるのでしょうか。奥義体得には真、義、体の三位一体が鍵よ。まずは己を知ることです。
Guess we're fine.
秘伝の真偽体。いざ見極めん。この半年の修行の成果お見せしましょう。
お見せしましょう。112. 112. Oh my god, nice. I have that too. Oh, Kakugo! Yodne! Oh yeah. I'll do it again. He washed all the hairspray off his nice arc. Yeah, kinda unfortunate. Those beads impressive. Oh yeah, impressive size beads. Oh. Oh. Heihachi became a good person? But something within him just like stirs. Why is that my electric? Model this. Let's go AI. Oh. That's not very Gucci of you. I was trying to do 10 hit on you, little shit. Wait, I need that move. Oh, back 1-2. Best combo. Rage R! I'm plus! Yeah, that's a cut move. Grandpa still has to train to achieve that size. Yeah. Oh!
Wygląda na to, że szkolenie przed próbą idzie dobrze.
平八殿の技と体はかつてなく磨かれておる。だが心が不安定な状態ゆえ
Yeah.
心技体の均衡が取れておらぬのだ。今の平八殿はかつての三島平八にあらず。
So Heihachi is not pure? No way, holy shit, really? Really?
Czy to może mieć związek z jego utratą pamięci?
いかにも
I mean, okay.
我ら鉄拳僧の悲願成就の
You Elena?
Przysięgi?
Heihachi having no electric is so weird. No, that's Lydia. Lydia good? Yeah, Lydia good. Well, if he remembers, that's the thing. Like, just now it happened, right? Deliver the finishing blow! No, something like that.
我らの悲願とは失われた最終奥義の復活。そのための試練。 邪念を持たぬ三島流剣心のみが受けられる。
O velho Heihachi era um mal encarnado. A amnésia dele é uma bênção.
Amnesia.
Heihachi 殿が明日の試練を乗り越えるには心の業の安定が必須。時間がないため我が禁術を使いますが記憶への影響は気になるがやむを得ぬ。
Drugs? How are you like?
本時のうちに潜む闇と向き合い打ち破られよ。
How do you all have drugs like this? What the fuck is wrong with the Tekken monks? Holy shit. Oh my god, they're giving hallucinations. What kind of shit are they taking? That's wild. Come on, man. Ooh, Tekken 7 Heihachi. Look at that. Memories. It's so weird to see Heihachi saying something so justice. See, I want the electric. Kozakashi. Nah, I win. What? No, 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 no. Stop. Hey. Oh, that's fast as fuck. Get out! Nope. Oh, okay. Wahoo! Let's go, Heihachi!
Fight.
Giga Talidoa! Plus, I press the button. Ooh, my legs. Ooh. Ooh, wasn't it 3 1+2 is a launcher? Oh, Kakugo! We punish those. Oh, Tekken 7 unique rage art. Let's go. Damn, okay. That was cool. Yeah, Tekken 7 story unique rage art. Oh, so got them grabby paws. Merp has good grabby paws. Fish with Merp, but gently. Me gonna go do the lunchies for now? Yep, okay. Have a good lunch, Merp. God, I'm so over Merp. Wait, Merp's gonna get crushed.
Ele precisará controlar sua mente, corpo e técnica para
Yeah,
superar
pet
esse
Merp, pet
treinamento
Merp.
final.
リディア殿を映し鏡とすれば必ずや成し遂げられるであろう。
Zobaczmy, na co cię stać.
リディア殿、力添えに感謝いたす。
Fight.
Ooh, armor.
真
Ooh, that's a cool effect. Oh, Kakugo! Disrespect. Oh. Oh, Kakugo! Oh, he died the stomp. I see! I didn't do that. That was cool. I like this effect. Oh, I didn't break that. No, we need to switch sides, come on. Oh, Kakugo! What's the unblockable again? Shit. I don't remember what. Oh! It would be really climbing. I would just kind of coil around Merp and that's really it. Not much climbing estate. So we did it, huh? I mean, no contest. My Heihachi is just too clean.
200年に一度だけ落ちる隕石を打ち砕く星砕きの試練
Smash a meteorite.
この時が訪れました
Zanim zaczniesz, mogę cię prosić o przysługę? Czy po zakończeniu próby dołączysz do nas i staniesz do walki przeciwko Kazui Mishimie?
Kazuya Mishima.
正しき三島流の復興には三島和也は邪魔な存在じゃ最終奥義ならば悪鬼の力そなたたちの言うデビルにも対抗できよデビル
Oh. 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 Come back, Heihachi. I don't like you like this. Come back, Heihachi. So am I gonna fight a meteorite? Let's go. Are there any aliens on that meteor? Probably. How do you know this? Oh, it's happening when this is happening. Okay, okay. Oh, wait, that's what happened? Oh my god, the correlation! Let's go, Heihachi! I love you! Go, Heihachi! Yo, let's go with the head! Pro gaming! We love Heihachi. God damn it, Heihachi is so cool. He lost his memory? Looks like it, yeah. He has amnesia. I wonder if he still wants to take over the world even after this lava bath. He remembers? Yo, let's go! The bad Heihachi is back! Yes! That's the Heihachi I know! Fuck yeah! That's not how you regain memory. It is for Heihachi. It is for Heihachi. Yo, that's hype as fuck. I love Heihachi. That's the Heihachi that we know!
Co się dzieje?
Lydia! Tudo bem?
Lydia!
Nie.
Oh my god, it's Heihachi doing bad things again! Yo, look at that! Yes! 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 I love you, Heihachi!
Katastrofa. To oznacza...
Aquele maldito Heihachi. Ele voltou a ser como antes.
Let's go! Hmm. 無駄なことを The classic throwing off cliffs. Cretins! Oh my god, the music! Let's fucking go! Yo, Flash? Fucking Flash, man. No. Got him. Chuck that thing. Chuck that thing. Yeah, touch the ground.
Isso não é nada bom.
You better touch the ground. Elsie? Chegou a hora. Can we switch sides? Can we switch sides real quick? God damn it. Jab check? Uh-oh, it's input reading AI again. Got him.
Ainda sou inútil. Não posso morrer aqui.
Come here. What the hell was that? The input read, man. Oh, holy shit. Is the evil Genmanji tempo music? I love that.
Teraz go nie powstrzymam. Świat stanie w jeszcze większym chaosie.
E-charge? The parry. Nah, this is not gonna work with Heihachi. Come on. Yo, holy shit. Oh my god, that's all guaranteed? Help. That was cool. Brother, wait a minute. He's just a low parry, man. Oh, the parry. Oh, unblockable? Oh my god, what the fuck? Political storm? I'll do it again. Oh, got him. I cannot move.
To moja jedyna szansa! Nie poddam się, nie tylko ze względu na mój kraj, ale i losy całego świata.
Let's go! Damn fool! Get him, Grandpa, get him! Let's go! I love you, Heihachi! Beat the shit out of them. Yeah. Chuck him, chuck him. Oh! Damn, Heihachi.
Nie możemy pozwolić mu.
Yeah, Heihachi kept his promise. God, I love Heihachi. I don't care if he's a villain. He looks so cool. Yo, that's a nice short segment. Oh, we'll go according to Keikaku. Hi, Shredder. How is the kobold? Very happy. 50 new pieces of information added to episode Unforgotten Echoes. New characters that appear in the story are available in the store. Oh yeah! I mean, essentially it's just like a test for the character. Oh wait, Tekken 7. The Hachicho clan. Oh, I love how all will go according to Keikaku. That's good. I have an important question. What do you choose, Yip or Yep? It's hard, but I want to choose both. I want to both Yip and Yep. Also, look at this. We're gonna play a short ranked session. We're just gonna bring our kobold to the we're gonna bring our kobold online, alright? We're gonna beat people out with kobold. That's what we're gonna do. For a short while anyway. Yeah, Tylra and Tekken, I know! Let's go! Double punch! Let's go, they're gonna kobold. Gonna give it to them. We're gonna go to Coliseum for this one. I like Kobo Batman with the best of them. I know, Kobo Bip. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Welcome. Tekken? Heck yeah. Either you win or you get pounded by Grandpa. Win-win? I forgot to play Reina. God damn it. I mean, Electric. Yo, that was fast. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Double Reina? Shit. The Reina is gonna be more cleaner than I am. I'm okay just waking up. How's the fight been so far? Just finished the story. Let's go. I'm pissed.
Round one. Fight.
Don't trip us. No, Kobold died. Yo, I cannot break throws? Goddamn. Do they see a model too? No, they don't. They see default 4. Big check. Low. You got too greedy. Come on. Hop kick. Nice punish. Oh, fair enough. I forgot about that. I forgot about that again. I deserve this. I'll do it again, bitch. Oh, fair. Ooh. Oh, they got the combo. Damn, nice. Oh, second hit, nice. I forgot about that. I need to play more Reina. Now that I'm a kobold in Reina. Ooh, random. Alright, they like random moves. Let me learn the punish. The background song reminds me of Master Rise. I guess a little bit? The kobold. I gotta do it again. Nice. Oh. Yeah, play slowly. Alright. I forgot to keep doing that. Kelsey? Plus. Oh, so random. Mid, nice. Oh, did I duck and launch like that? I should do more mids. Like, check them. Oh shit. I need more mental stack against them. Oh. Not that punishable. Oh, it doesn't work. Nice confirm. Nice. It's... Oh, I cannot break throws, man. My Reina is so bad now. It's beyond belief, actually. They are doing the same shit, and I don't know how to punish them because I don't know the frame data of frame. I already forgot about the frame data of Reina so much. Well, that felt like shit because they're doing the same thing. I didn't punish them properly. So one thing that I did just now was sidestepping a lot, but did not launch them. I only sidestepped 112. It's not even that good. So that's one thing to take note. Spam more of this, I guess. My B and B combo is this. No. Oh, that was too far. Oh. Ooh, 5 bar, let's go.
Get ready for the next battle.
Battle Ruler Heihachi? Shit. Heihachi is very scary. I don't think my Reina deserves this purple rank anymore. Ooh. Nice. Plus. Oh, unfortunate. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Good. Good counter. Woohoo! The ducks.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Nice. Range? No, I don't take that mix. Good punish. Woohoo! 112 wall splat! Hey, hachi! Nice. Get robbed. Get robbed. Oh my god, what the fuck? Let's go, Kobold! I know I should give oh, I gotta demote him? Yep. Nice! Oh, they messed up. Nice! Ooh, convert! Good disrespect. I tried to delay too, but delayed too much. Good. Nice. Good job, check. Okay, one too many, I'm so sorry. Nice, I ducked. I totally ducked. Good combo. Nice. That was me being dumb. Back 1-4. Oh, they messed up the combo. I ducked. Good shit. Lena. And I should give her a boost for putting her into the game, part of the combination. After all, One Piece is the biggest physical move fighting part. One Piece? The anime? Good stuff. Got him with the tail. Side step 4. Good step. Plus. Woo! The confirm. Ooh, the disrespect. Good shit. That was beautiful.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Ah, I'm stupid. There's so many 1-1-2 punishes. I'm so bad. Should have launched the down foot 2 at least. Alright. Any good sidestep? Try the down foot 2 though. Alright. Honkyo tosu. Not like that. That's plus. Are you salty, I guess? The anime, whenever a female character of the main cast gets stronger, their breast size increases too, and it's become a meme with how ridiculous it is. I mean, I guess that appeals to a lot of people. I mean, considering how One Piece is super, super famous and stuff, maybe that's part of the reason? I don't know. I'm so bad now with the punish and stuff. At least do this, right? Yeah, okay. So keep it simple. 2 electrics, 4 2 3, down for 1, 4 2 3. And then 4 2 3, 4 2 3 hold forward. 2 for the bound. For the tornado. So and then 3 plus 4 3 I think. 3 plus 4 4. This one ended. I mean, it's not bad. 73. Wallace. And then down for 2. So down for 2, we do the same. And then this one can also be a frame trap. Plus 2. Horse crouch. I'm crouched as well, so... While staying 4 is probably gonna beat a lot of options there. What else? Back 4 is a really good move. It leaves them like that, so down 4-1 is guaranteed if I do it fast enough. This one is also good if they jab check a lot. And low wise, sidestep 4 is like the best choice to me personally. The range is actually not bad for sidestep 4. 1-1-2. 4-4-2 more, I guess. Guarantee into 3 if it hits. Alright. Oh, that one doesn't lead to a combo. So on heat, guaranteed this. Oh hell yeah. I mean, right now it's probably gonna be hard to find people to fight as well because it's dinner time. Oh, it's you again. Okay, let's try to punish properly and not just 1-1-2, alright? Nice. Ooh, nice. Ooh, the Sabaki.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh, good throw. Oh my god, they just finished it. Oh, they're not ducked that one? Nice. And my package is not clean. Ooh, good step. Okay, learning. Good armor. Got him. There we go. We're gonna play Reina. We don't play the other characters. Come on. I don't know if they want to play, to be honest. Yeah. They don't like L's against Reina, it seems. As evidently they were very salty last rounds. I don't know why people hate Reina. I mean, I guess people hate Reina because Reina do have some cheesy fuck, right? Okay, you know what? Reina is a cheesy fuck. How about that? Reina is this, Reina has this, Reina has this, Reina has this, and this, and this, into this into +4, fuck you, you know, those kind of stuff. You know what? Maybe I know why people hate Reina. Yeah, you know what? I get it. Fucking I get it. Reina Kobo. Reina actually has some insane wall carry combo as well. If I can do it, right? This into... Oh, that whips! No way. Do I have to do a deep dash for it? Yeah, I have to do a deep dash for it. 35, insane wall carry. Oh, it's neutral on hit. This one is minus on hit. -3 on hit is so sad. It's a round ender essentially, this one. Tylra has been transferred into the game, so no Tylra anymore if the PC gets shut down. Joke's on you, I never shut down my PC! Haha! That's a joke, by the way. you're gonna restart your PC or shut down your PC from time to time, okay? Gonna let them rest. You gotta let them rest. +4. +1, +2, +1, +2, +1. No wonder your PC broke. Hey! My PC is alive for almost at least 6 years, alright? At least. Oh, Crodia? Oh, Crodia. Crodio. Let's go, Kobo! Get him! Nice. Observa. Good check. Got him. Confirm. Oh jeez. Low? Oh. Jab low. Mid. Oh, that'll break that. No master the one for you, minimum spec was 1060 if I recall. Wait, I have it. Ooh, second hit. Ooh, tracks. Ooh. Don't worry, PC on 20 seconds, funnily enough, even if I'm... Oh, wait. Let me allow that. Will fuck it up is getting censored somehow. Whoa, rollback? Nice. Observa. Spicy. DP. I'm Claudio. Oh jeez. That should be punishable. I'm dead. Damn. My GPU ngam recommended. I think mine is 1060 as well. Ooh, the disrespect. I think that's very plus. I don't. Yaha! No, il mio potere! I was doing initial D, come on, man! Do you have the S at the back? I don't know. Oh, Kobo died. Don't mind the tail. It's okay. Don't look at the tail. It's fine.
Ready for the next battle.
I don't know much about my PC stuff, so I don't know if I have the S at the back. I mean, if Monster Wilds is like 1060, then we Gucci, right? We Gucci. I sincerely need to upgrade my PC. I need to really
For the next battle.
save up and get the... What is that S? 30% difference? I don't know what that S is. I know TI, but I don't know S. Jin Senpai, I'm Kobold. Let's go. Nani mono da. Back for a round start. I'm dead. Crushes. Scourge! 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 No, hop kick. Scourge! Scourge! Let's go, Kobo. Kill this man. Kill this man. Ooh, wait, that's a little word. I'll read that after this.
Round one.
Down for two. I'm dead. Cheers to. Ooh, nice. Low. Scourge! Scourge! Oh, they like the side style round start. brother. What the fuck is wrong with the cameraman? Scourge! I'm Dean. I have Scourge. OP law. Unseeable counter launcher low. Set high crushes. Because I'm Dean. Minus 14, I think. Cheers too! Oh my god. Cheers too! Good patience. I'm pressing buttons now. I'm Reina. Let's go. I'm Reina. Ale? Jin Senpai, where's your Scourge? Scourge! Oh, welcome back,
Get ready for the next battle.
Belly full? Nice. Wait. TI is a better one. I have a TI. For context, you turn the PC off so that the RAM loses power and by extension, gets rid of all the trash that different program loaded into, but they don't need anymore and not bother to unload them the RAM. But if Quick Start is enabled the window, then Windows will make a save file of everything the RAM contained at shutdown, including the trash, which gets then loaded back in when its save is loaded on the next startup, making it so your PC reset next to nothing. So is there a way to check if I have that thing not enabled? You know, like the, what do you call that thing again? The window quick start? I have a very funny video about Tekken I saw recently. Can I see you react to it? Sure. A boop on sneak. Alright, last one then. Yo, perfect? This could be the Heihachi. Maybe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, wait, is it the same Claudio? I think it is. It might be the same Claudio. Yeah, it is. Okay. Nice. Ooh, they have the punish.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3.
Ooh, disrespect. The punish. Oh, DP! Razor. Oh, DP! Damage on the DP, baby. I'm Claudio. Ooh, hop kick. Got light hop kick. Wow. Oh, Tylra. Oh no. Good mid. I saw the side step and then they're gonna do low most of the time actually. Check the tail, check the tail. Check the tail. Didn't even wear the quick start option is Windows 10 in a bit. Okay, sure. Oh my god, that's all guaranteed? Good punish. I didn't think so. You die. Give me that win streak, baby! I have you dancing on the palm of my brains. Look, it's so stupid. Get yipped on. Good bit. Yakey beaky. Yakey beaky. Oh, DP! Good DP. I hate it. Good DP. I'm doing it. Good stuff. Cheeky.
Fight.
Nope.
Round 4. Fight.
Woohoo! I got greedy. Observa! Got him! It's so stupid. I love it. Oh my god. Alright, we good. Go for in the chair. Oh my god. That sneaky side step. Last one then, 2 hours later. No, Lex, don't call me out like that. I know Claudio, there's a lot of duckable strings, but I don't see them doing that duckable string, to be honest. Hey Hachi-kun. Hey Hachi-kun. Oh. Profile pose. Harvest Festival. More Heihachi-kun red. I guess it's silly. Okay. The clipping, we love the clipping, right? You have this menacing snoot, menacing stare. Okay stare, not menacing at all. Menacing stare more. And then there's a snoot cam. One of them is a snoot cam. Snoot cam. Snoot cam in Tekken 8. Oh my god, this is Snoot cam in Snootum. Welcome back, Tikaka. I finally got the table bolted and my barframe removed. Oh, nice. Ooh, removing bolted stuff? Yo. Nump the Snoot. No. I'll bite your ankles. Snoot. Snoot. Oh my god, Shinji! It's so funny. Okay. A lot of showcasing today we did, right? We showed we had a wild dream before the power outage that I was showing off my keyboard. I don't know if I want to do it again. But I did show off what the Tsunabi keycaps has. You know, I'm gonna do it again, why not? Let me do it real quick. Let me get the camera thing working. Didn't need those angles anyway. Maybe Solon needed. Okay, wait, we go here. I know I'm small now because there's a reason for it. The camera is not working somehow. So if I were to disable all of these, give me a second. I should open up the music first. This one. There we go. Okay. So I need to fix this real quick. I need to remove all the video capture device. Oh wait, no, it's working again. Okay. So if I get video capture device And existing this one, don't make the source visible. So, oh, it's actually working. Nice. Rolls. So let me check. Yep, it's actually working. Good. It's showing my face, but I don't want that for now. I don't want to show my face, okay? Oh yeah, I was going to react to a thing too. We could do that first. We could totally do that first, yes. And thanks for the reminder. Oh my god, it's a video game Donkey! Let's go! I don't even see Donkey doing a video on this. I can see your face, it's purple and adorable. Alright, wait, we're gonna watch this together. Not this. This. Oh, it's 6 minutes? Let's go. We're gonna watch Donkey's video. on my stream? Let's go. Nani? Heihachi Mishima died so many times actually. Is dead. Is dead. Mishima is dead. Heihachi Mishima. He's dead.
He's back. Now,
He's
I've
back.
played a lot of
He's
Heihachi
back.
in Tekken 7. I have about 500 losses on him. That ain't Heihachi, that's Abraham Lincoln. Boom. Watch how I get him.
Lord Jesus. The name.
This is stupid. Yeah, he's done. He's not done. He's done.
He's done.
Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. He's dead. I cannot tell a lie. Yeah, boy.
Oh, one mix. Baseball slide, of course.
Abraham Lincoln.
No. I mean, yeah, I mean, true.
Most of my success from Heihachi comes from this move. I just throw this move out a lot. And this
Yeah.
works a lot.
Ashi's really good.
In this mode, a great deal of information surrounding the Mishima bloodline and the Devil Gene will be revealed. Time remaining until Operation Lightning? 2 months. I heard your army's bringing in Tekken 4 soldiers, which was its game mode from Tekken 3. Uh-oh.
Should have picked Martin Van Buren.
No matter what hardship people face, they can always rise again. Those are the words of the person who changed my life. Gone.
Yes, we need Gone, come on.
Hey, no. I'm a sneaky guy. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm coming to get you, boy. Coming to get you, sneaky guy.
Oh.
I'm a sneaky type of guy. Ah, cut you slipping, boy. No, I didn't. Oh, he's learning. It only works for me because I've played every Metal Gear Solid game. I'm Vanquisher. This isn't the first time I've been
Abraham
to Vanquisher.
Lincoln death date 15 April 1865.
Who? I didn't hear
Wait,
the
how did I win?
TTS.
You are the warrior we Tekken monks have been seeking. Who are the Tekken monks?
The story is
Tekken
so
monks are a
weird, but also,
organization that even
I don't know.
Mishima Zaibatsu doesn't have records. This is like what happened with the Kong Army in the Mario movie. Nobody had records on them.
That clan was known as the Tekken Monks. The Tekken Monks have but one vow: to master the ultimate technique, lost to time.
Big kick.
Big kick.
Big kick. Why
Big
would I do
kick.
it 89 times in a row? They never expect the 89th one. There it is. I'm making
There
it
it
with
is.
my hachi kick. One more and you're dead. Hachi kick. What's he doing? You missed.
Oh my god, the rollback's insane.
Hachi kick. I'm getting good at this character. The Heihachi of the past is no longer. After losing his memories, Heihachi has spent his days perfecting the Mishima style with a pure heart.
With a pure
He was
heart.
evil because he got amnesia. I forgot to kick. Oh, who does that? Who does this? He knows how to do all this, but he doesn't know how to do the Heihachi kick, and that's what separates a
Heihachi
great
kick?
player from a
Oh, I
mediocre
can hardly hear the TTS. I cannot put it into Indian voice. I cannot understand that.
You hit the B button. Hachi kick.
Oh, it's not appearing in the chat box
That's okay,
though.
that's okay.
Weird.
That's it's nothing. Boom, Hachi kick. Hachi kick. The punch is actually much stronger though. Yep. Okay, sure. Gotcha.
The kick.
Hachi kick, you press B to do it. They don't know how to play this character. They're playing him like it's Tekken 1 still. I'm playing like it's
Tekken
Tekken
1.
12.
Yeah, even the story is
Shadow
weird. It's
Heihachi.
pretty fun.
I shall conquer the darkness within my heart. Like Kingdom Hearts, I have been given a second chance. I cannot let it go to waste. You've been given like an 18th chance, man. What are you saying? No, he has no idea what he's doing. He's punching. He's supposed to be kicking to win. Boom. There you go. Look at that. Now that's how you win.
That move is actually so fucking good. What the hell?
That's how you get killed. And watch this. Watch how I get him.
Oh my god.
I just practiced the kick 100 times in the practice mode. One more.
Oh.
I can bring this back.
Yes.
Mind, clear up distractions. Oh. Can you put the distractions back? Are you the new announcer? Oh!
See you later.
Yes, this is the best.
Marathi भाषणा हिंद समाजातील किन्या गती हाय.
Like the behind? Nah, I need to change it back to not be the Indian one. That fall is so stupid, by the way.
See you later.
See you later. Man, good stuff. Oh, I'm glad. Like Donkey's video is still like this. I'm so glad.
Hashikik Gesundheit.
Oh, Hachikik Gesundheit? Is this what it is? I think it is. Oh my god, I'm being tested. Hachikik Gesundheit. Yeah, I heard that too, I think. Nutcracker classic. Anyway. That was some good ass donkey. Let me I need to showcase my keycaps again. Just for funsies, okay? So give me a few moments to get the camera get the webcam pointing at the right spot, okay? You guys cannot you guys cannot see what I'm doing right now, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Is this right? Oh shit. Wait, that was it. Oh hell yeah, this is it. I'm sure you guys look at it already, but just gonna show it again. Because why not, right? Alright, give me a second. There. And I don't think it's supposed to cover up the whole screen. Like this. And boom. Who got a rat? Oh my god, rat. Okay, so I got the keycap.
Thank you so much for showing your typing treasures.
Of course. Oh my god, it's so small. Yeah, it's a small keyboard. right? It's pretty small because it doesn't have a numpad. And the keyboard, I don't know what the keyboard is from, but I know these keycaps, these keycaps anyway. Sorry. Oh my god. These keycaps are like from Tsunabi, right? If you guys remember where what Tsunabi is it's the shop that the small business that my sister is doing, the keycap business. So this is what it is. This is what it looks like. I'm using this one. I have another one. Did you catch my more white human hands?
Oh no, how will you remember numpad fighting game notations, but it looks amazing.
Yeah, I feel like notations is probably not gonna work well on this, I guess. It's the human stone helping out. Oh wait, I might be able to alleviate this. Here, give me a second. I'm gonna go get where is it actually? I hope this works. I bought this like a long time ago, and oh, I found it. Wait, let me put it on. QT reveal when? I don't know. I don't feel confident revealing my face. I have this fingerless glove. Maybe that helps. Oh shit. I mean, if this works, I guess. I bought this like a long time ago. It's like for funsies, but if it works, it works.
Glove, 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 bombo tap, bombo tap.
Why is the TTS not showing up? It's so cool though. I made a mistake. Help. What happened? Looks warm and cozy. It kind of is, yeah. It is for me to play games while it's warm and cozy. I need more space, but yeah, this is the key. The key cap. Because the TTS is not showing up, and I don't want to reveal who sent the TTS. I can see the activity feed who sent it. I just cannot see the message. But if you want to remain private, I respect that 100%. So yeah, there we go. Keycap. I had to put together a manual where the quick start is, DMs. My letter is set to German, but I try to make it understandable regardless of that. Oh, thank you. So now I'm not allowed my hand back. Also, she put her hand on it. Who? Peppers. I like this key we have a lot, actually. Thanks for the head pet, Pinky.
Keycaps got no cap. But they do. This new language stuff is confusing.
Yeah, it's very confusing. It's confusing, actually. So, yeah. I got this keycap from Tsunabi. So if you're interested in keycaps like this, you guys can also get keycaps like this for yourself as well. Let me get the link real quick. I mean, the keyboard is not part of it, but this is the keyboard. All right, I can type. I surely I can type, right? Oh my god! Sometimes my brain just doesn't work. Oh my god, I cannot see. There. That's the link, right? So you can browse your keycaps over there if you want. You can. It actually has no. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go get extra. I mean, I have this boring original keycaps. This is the original one, and it's so boring. Okay, maybe like saying it boring is kind of bad. What I want to say is the edge of these keycaps hurts, right? They are actually sharp. One thing that I like the most about these keycaps is that they are not sharp. And oh, sorry, I can actually just like slide all the keys that I want to press. So it helps, right? It helps. For a bit of a comparison. Yeah. The typing style is so cute. Little beep boops. I usually don't type like that. I don't. I'm typing like that because the microphone is in front of me. I cannot see things. Oh, I can kind of see. It's just a little bit hard. See, you want my microphone review? At least that's a microphone that I'm using. Microphone review. Oh my god. HyperX solo cast, if I remember correctly, what it is. I bought this as like the first investment to my stream actually. The first thing I bought that's like kind of luxurious is this microphone right here, HyperX Solocast. I bought it for like 200 something. I want to stream, but I don't know what. Any recommendations? I don't know about you, but do you want to try out Ember Isle? It came out today. Because that's what I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna play Ember Isle tomorrow. Yeah. Would be my recommendation, but of course it's still entirely up to you if you want to do that or not. But yeah, if you want, check out Tsunabi. Hell yeah. I know I'm sort of like plugging a lot, alright, but it is a bit of a business that my sister is doing and I'm collabing with that. There's even like a 5% discount code if you want. So yeah. Although the keyboard is not part of it though, it's just the keycaps, right? Just these keycaps, not the entire keyboard. So yeah. Dino Animal Crossing. Looks a little like Harvest Moon X Dinosaurs. Something like that, but it's more close to Animal Crossing. And I remember I was streaming the game, I was streaming the demo, and I was melting on the spot because the game is so good. So I'm actually mega excited to play it tomorrow. And Sunday, so tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday we play Ember Isle. Sunday we play Rain World. I need to continue playing Rain World. I haven't forgotten about the game yet. I sincerely want to finish the game, so there. I want to finish Ember Isle. So yeah, I think that's it for the... I mean, there's not much of the showcase, but if you want to look at something, this is one of my most proud possessions. The camera is still so blurry, actually. Maldino. I have 6 different Monster Hunter figurines, but this one is actually an amiibo. You can use it on Nintendo Switch controller. Yeah, I have to simp it. It's good. So Maldino, I don't mind sharing again. I mean, the previous stream is like sort of cut short because power outage. And I have... Oh, I never showed this. This ring right here that I have. Give me a second. This ring right here. It's not the best looking. But I got this ring out of wish.com. If you remember that website, this is actually from wish.com. I bought this for shit, I think about 11 ringgit. It's like super fucking cheap, right? But when I first bought this ring, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get this ring because the ring looks so good and it only costs like 11 and it's clearly a scam. So I bought it with the expectation of like, I'm gonna get scammed, I'm not gonna get this ring, but I got it after a year. The 3 months of me waiting for this to arrive, I was like, nah, I definitely got scammed. I'm not even pissed because it's like only 11 ringgit, so it's like, yeah, sure, I guess it's fine. So after a year, someone's knocking at my apartment's door, and I was like, who are you trying to find? It's like, my name showed up. It's like, what? And then a package for me? And then I checked, the package is so small. And then I take a look. It's the ring that I ordered a year ago. And I shit you not, maybe even more than a year. And then the ring just arrives like, okay. I mean, I guess. Oh, you know what? That's one thing I want to show. More things I want to show actually. Give me a second. Yeah, hacking year, maybe even more than that. Oh, there's no space. I need more space, but I don't think you guys can look at it. Maybe I need to adjust the camera. Alright, give me a second. I don't think I feel confident showing my face yet. I mean, even though my face has been shown multiple times, but that's okay. All right, give me a second. Adjust. Oh, it's so bright. Holy shit. Ring mixed with real dragon energy. God, I wish. Oh, the camera messed up again. There we go. And I think this is good enough. Also, hi Tavish, welcome. All right, so you guys are gonna look at my body. I hope you guys are okay with that. All right, so something I want to show. Okay.
Why you bullying me?
I didn't think of this. God damn it, microphone! You're blocking me. Okay, wait. Hiya.
Why you bullying me?
There we go. That's one of them. This one actually glows in the dark. This one I got from Fish Trout. If you guys...
Why you bullying me?
Who's bullying who? I don't know if I'm bullying anyone. So this is from Fish Trout and this is Swordfish. Glows in the dark. Like the fin glows, the eye glows, and the patterns behind also glows. And I was like, ooh, very cool, right? This is one of my latest plushie. My latest plushie. So damn cute, honestly. I love that. So cute. And then I have a more old one. Yeah, it's a trout. It's a trout fish that I got. This is from Squishable. Very, very squishable. You know, you can just like... But yeah, this is another one. Tekken. This is the Japanese Tekken. Very, very orb. Very nice. Yeah, Fish Trout has some really good dragon comics. Now with the ball dragon plush, it's mine. This is my plushie. Funny thing, I actually bought this many years ago. I bought this when I was still in university years, and yeah, it's actually my first plushie that I bought. Round boy, completing the EP process now. Okay, have a good EP. Have a good EP. Thanks for hanging around, Sola. So this is another one. I have... Ooh. This is my favorite. Oh, here. So if you guys know Brunhilda from Dragalia Lost, this is Brunhilda from Dragalia Lost. Look at that. So heckin' adorable. Right, even have the flap wings behind. Sorry, I'm not used to like wearing gloves and do this. There. So my favorite, this one. This one, funny story, right? Well, I don't know if it's actually funny, but still. I bought this. This is actually Japanese. This is Japanese exclusive plush. And I bought it with the help of V-Post. At first, I don't trust it at all. But once I bought this, yes, it costs a lot more for, you know, for the V-Post to ship this thing to their personal, not to their like designated Japanese only storage, and then from there ship to where I was, which is in KL, and that helps. Dragalia Lost mentioned. You know, I've been playing Dragalia Lost, right? I'm still playing it. There's the private server that I'm still playing. Dragalia found Downshard. You can try getting that. It's pretty fun. Although the multiplayer doesn't seem to be working, sadly, but you can still play the game. So this is Brunhilda. I'm sure you know who this is, right, Boba? Also, hi, hope you're doing good. And then another one, actually. The last one that I have. Alright, you to the side. Actually, stay here. Another ball, but this one is actually from Six Leaves Clover. The sushi dragon. Look at it. This is actually the most the softest the softest dragon plushie that I have. It's great. I love this one. It has like good tail as well. Look at that. This is great. So this one. Wait. Okay. So this one is the Japanese one is the first one. This one is the third one. This one's the second one that I bought. Right. So second, third, and then the latest one is this one. After so many years, and I'm buying another plushie. Because at first I thought like maybe I have too many plushie, and then I told myself there's never enough plushie. Actually, never enough plushie. So yeah, that. It might be a little bit troublesome, but I'm gonna get my Adine body pillow. I did mention that I want to show it one day, right? I did mention it, and why not make it now? So give me a second. I'm gonna go grab it real quick. Chair string? I don't know how to showcase this one, but that's one big pillow. I cannot show the entirety of this. It's too big. Oh shit. At least show the face if I can. Face. Come on, camera. Is your waifu husband though? This is Adin. Very, very waifu. I cannot. How do I show the face? No. Look at that. Look at that. Fucking microphone there. Look at that. I bought this like a few. I think it was like 2 years back. I'm back.
Adin.
Not the best showcase, but it's something. Whoa, don't look at me like that. Whoa. It's just body pillow. Shiny pants. Yeah, this pants is kind of shiny too. I like it. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my personal favorite pens, actually. And I need to get my camera to back to where it is, so that I can use it for when in the future I need it to use VC face. They gone. I'm gone. No more, alright. I need to take this off. I need to take this off, oh god. It's kinda hard to take it off somehow. Wow. I'm surprised. Think this glove is harder to take it off? Wow. Okay. That's one. It shouldn't be this hard to take it off, but it's so good that Tyra is a human like Merp. I know, right? Very important for a human to still take care of the kobolds. Very important. You know, I could just do this actually. If you guys want a snippet of how my face looks like. Check this out. Hi. That's how I look like. Surprise, surprise. Face reveal after so many years of not actually revealing my face, right? Hi, hope you're doing good. I'm still not going through any HRT or something like that. I'm still like this. Nothing changed yet, but hey, maybe someday, right? Maybe someday. So excuse me if I keep looking that way. So that way, this way is where the chat is. This is where I play. So this way, when I look at here, is
YIP new reve. Let's go! Exclamation mark!
all the yips, right? All the yips. It's a cutie. Oh my god, wings. Oh yeah, nah. It's my suit. My suit is actually, I believe 12 years old. I believe. I believe anyway. All right, I'm not too sure, but I think it is. I think it is 12 years old. I've been taking care of that thing. Sorry, that thing. God, mirror camera is tough, man. This is that way. Wicked than I was expecting. Gosh, I appreciate that. Didn't expect this, right? Nothing happened, and then I suddenly do a face reveal. Like, oh no, what is this? Fish bite in real life. So this is how the kobold looks like in real life. Now you know. at least now it's not too much of a mystery, you know. Just don't clip this so that it doesn't show in. Head fish? No, I mean all fish has heads, I think. Don't clip this because or else the clip is gonna show up everywhere. I'm gonna cry. I don't want that, right? I don't want that. I want my face to be slightly more secret, all right? so that when I do this, it's kind of cool, all right? Oh, speaking of coffee, I do need coffee. I think it's 7:20. 7:20 p.m. Wow. Very late. So you might notice that there's no light in front. So the light on top is gonna shine down. So when I look at this, my face looks like this. And then the shadow actually just like blocks everything. So you might notice that after around this time when I'm still streaming and I'm using if I'm using a 3D avatar, it doesn't really track well. I'm already surprised that my like the 3D software VC Face tracks my face pretty okay, because considering that my eyes is like so small, right? Asian eyes, y'all know Asian eyes, so it happens, right? But with my eyes this small and VC Face can actually track the eyeballs, I think that is actually very impressive to say the least, right? I think that's very impressive to say the least. So yeah, surprise face reveal, hell yeah. But it's only gonna be a short while because the human is... Sorry, I don't know why my nephew is suddenly screaming like crazy, but human out. Kobo is back. I mean, Kobo has been always... Sorry. This way. That's the Kobo, alright? So... I'm out. And the Kobo is back. Someday I can do this, right? You guys made me feel great. Thank you. I feel I saw a human face. Oh yeah, I was doing a little face review. Oh, was Merp not here? The polymorph. No, it's polymorph, right? Oh, you're sorry for a moment? I actually don't mind. Hit the human banished in the shadow realm. Wait, no. Baboed. Yeah, I just did it. Yeah, I can show myself again. Look, you guys made me feel comfortable, okay? Oh, at least not really comfortable, but more confident, right? At least more confident. So, I'm glad. I'm very happy. Alright. Time for the kobold to... How do I enlarge again? That's not how it works. I don't know why I go that way, but hey. The pen and boop. No, I want the pen and boop. Wait, give me a second. Why don't I just do fit the screen? Hey, oh my god. And then just pull it down. Hi, Swift. I don't know if Swift saw that. It's okay. Y'all made me feel slightly more comfortable with myself. Been looking for quite a while. Ooh, I appreciate that. Such a cute look at his face. I will cry, Jade. I will cry. Out of happiness. So I hope you guys enjoyed what I showed. Some dragon figurines, some plushies, some plugging. It's been fun. I like it. And the hand cam of me playing Clone Hero as well, but that one I cannot post onto YouTube because for obvious reasons. I was playing Dragon Force music and I don't think I can post that to YouTube. So yeah, you are a cutie, an amazing being, what may I say? Thank you. Some cutie human. A being so amazing even Gerbs likes it. Look. And Gerb doesn't like many stuff. Oh my goodness, I'll take that huge compliment, thank you. I'm glad. I don't know why I just suddenly had this confidence doing it. Ooh, moisturize? You got it. I will dink. Hi Toonbold. Welcome. Hope you're doing good too. Oh, and to get that thigh. Oh, you got it. And the Pokemon spotted. Wait, I mean, I know Toon is. Maybe Toon doesn't hate it. A Mip attached to Mip. I'll attach to the middle. Double mode. Make it triple. Make it triple. Anyway. Alright, let's do it. Add trench coat. Oh, it's perfect. Maybe I don't hate what? Being eaten? I mean, Jade. What? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this real quick. Imagine being eaten. See, I could get eaten only by a plushie. Okay, only by a plushie. I like how comfy they feel. I still feel yesterday's pain. Yep. From the badminton. Owie. It do be a good pain though. It's the time for Brandy to show up. Oh, we have another get that though. Alright, let's summon Bernie then. Hey Bernie. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie.
Thankies for streaming and for being like very cool and special treasure who is being treasured.
Oh, thank you so much too. I'm still gonna respect the privacy, so thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Pain usually means you're gonna take some time to rest. Oh, then maybe I should. I'll do half a set then for this one because it does feel kind of painful. I don't want to force too much on it. Alright. I'll do soft set. Alright, not full set. Okay, that's half a set. No, I guess don't force it too much for now. Yesterday's badminton session was very intense. Oh, hugs and belly rubs. Hell yeah. Thanks for stream, Kobo friend. Thanks for being here with me. Appreciate. See me face reveal. Tapoleme. Yeah, nah. You saw my face many times already, man. Okay. No show again? No, I don't. I don't wanna just because you tell me to show again. Yeah, that's right. I don't think. Oh yeah. I mean, just to plug, I also have a Discord channel. I spam dragon pictures when I can. Yeah. Do it or you're gay. I might be. I don't know. I might be. Currently, I feel like I'm Arrow or what's it called again? Aromantic, I think. I don't know. Wait, tell me you're not gay, me, huh? Yeah. Oh, Jester is still streaming. I kinda want to rate Jester because Jester raided multiple times already. I don't know. Yeah, I also don't know, man. Great ace. Same. The dance. Oh my god, look at the lizard. Aromatic. Become cheese. Aromatic? Oh wait, aromatic is the smell, right? Become cheese. Scooter. Very cool legs. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. We're gonna ask. Actually, do we want rate message for Jester? Because Jester's chat has automatic TTS on every message. So I don't know if spamming the chat box would be a good idea. Maybe we shorten it. Yeah, for Jester's stream, I think I'm gonna shorten it to like short and simple. This is what we're gonna do. No emotes, clean. Yeah, just uppies or like or not even please, just uppies. Yeah, I think just uppies also works. Yeah, just uppies. Yeah. Honestly, both works. Both conveys the same message. Yeah. Whichever you want to use, I think. Uppies. I think the minimal amount of emote is okay. One at most, because emote has like the weird naming sense and TTS is gonna read all of them, so yeah. Oop, was in the other room, but yeah, the word was romantic. Damn, me romantic is one too. Oh, me also gonna do the streams now. Bye bye. Okay, have a good stream. Uppies. We're gonna ask Jester for uppies, alright? Let me type in the right to Jester. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna go get some food myself. I want to eat. Feeling a little bit hungry. The best Jester is truly a great lizard. I know. Thank you for the stream. Thanks for being here with me. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Tomorrow let's play some Amber Isle. Yeah, I'm ready to simp on so many dinos. So, before the raid, have a good food, don't fall in. I won't, I'll be careful. Even if I fall in, I'm probably just gonna finish the food from inside. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Jester. I'm gonna raid to the cool lizard. Jester's a lizard, right? Yeah, lizard. I have to say though, Jester's voice is something else. I know I mentioned this a lot before, but it is true. It is true. I truly feel that way. The deep voice. No, there are a few deep voice streamers. You know, Muffin being one of them. Muffin, Braggy, Jester, Grillim. You know, the good sounding ones. Is that coming home very soothing? Very soothing. Sometimes I wish I had that kind of voice, but I don't think I have. My voice is just something else, something a little bit gremlin. Something a little bit more gremlin-ish. It's fine, I'll take it. There's another dragon streamer that sounds vaguely like Markiplier. Dragon? Oh my god, need. Blanking on the name? Oh. The creature. Your voice is nice and soft. I'll take it. Oh, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.